Chapter 51. No. Jiang Chunyan stood up excitedly and tried to grab Liang Yingying's phone. However, Liang Yingying knew this would happen. She dodged to the side and quickly sent the document over. She blinked and said to Xie Sui with a smile, "The title of the book is You Are My Unforgettable Thought. God Xie, you can choose a paragraph and read it." Jiang Chunyan's eyes widened, and his face was full of despair. She regretted it now, very much. Why did she send the document to this wretched girl? Why did she say that sentence just now? The other people in the room were also a little confused. After hearing the title of the book, they suddenly understood and laughed. Last time, Song Yu's entry into the CP building caused a big sensation. There were many posts outside, and those who were on the forum more or less knew about the existence of such a book. Ma Shouting patted his belly happily and blindly said, "Oh, I've read this book before. Isn't it the story of Brother Yu and God Xie?" The boy sitting next to him pushed him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ma Shouting, "Why are you so excited?" Ma Shouting, "Ha ha ha ha, I don't know, but I think it's fun." Another boy complained, "Admit it, little gay Ma, you're gay." Song Yu. After being teased by them, he finally remembered what the novel was. Fuck, he was wondering why the book sounded so familiar. Song Yu's face was full of embarrassment and embarrassment. His ears were slightly red. He tilted his head and tried to stop Xie Sui. He said quickly, "Why don't we change to Dare?" Xie Sui had already accepted the document. She clicked on it and said calmly, "Why?" Song Yu stumbled to find an excuse. "Because the name of this book doesn't sound serious." "Really?" Xie Sui answered casually. Her fingers slid on the screen and she looked down. When she saw a part, she suddenly paused. The second she paused, Song Yu was stunned. The air was obviously frozen. He was not the only one. Everyone who had read the original story was frozen in place, waiting for the next development. Then, Xie Sui chuckled. There was no emotion in her laughter, but it was enough to make one's heart tremble. Song Yu's ears turned even redder. Xie Sui raised her head and looked at Song Yu with a smile in her dark eyes, but her tone was casual and frivolous. "Just because I pressed you against the wall and kissed you?" Song Yu, "Oh." All the words in his mouth were swallowed back in anger. His expression was the same as when he was doing a question. He was gritting his teeth, and his face was red and white. It was especially beautiful. The group of people who were watching the show in the private room were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Was it really that exciting? Ma Shouting was so excited that she couldn't sit still. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yu. You finally have a day like this." His laughter was so wild that it directly broke the tense atmosphere. The two boys couldn't take it anymore. They each subdued him and covered his mouth at the same time. "Wu, what are you doing?" Ma Shouting's eyes widened. However, what was happening next to them didn't disturb Xie Sui. Xie Sui saw that this child was about to die of anger, and the evil taste in her heart grew stronger. He didn't intend to give up. It was a rare opportunity to make a fake become real. She retracted her gaze and looked at her phone again. She smiled and said, "Then I'll flip to the back and read a paragraph casually." Whose dare was this? Song Yu's expression stiffened and petrified for a second. He tried to salvage the situation as much as possible. "Don't bother flipping to the back. Just read the text." Who knew what unspeakable content was at the back? Xie Sui raised her eyes and looked at him. Song Yu was on the verge of exploding. His face was shocked, angry, and shy. His light-colored eyes were clear and bright. He looked over. It was more of a plea than a threat. Xie Sui's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, "Okay." Everyone complained that they didn't see anything exciting. Ace player Liang Yingying especially protested. "God Xie, you're spoiling your wife too much." She said, "This won't do. The text is not part of the text." Song Yu looked at her coldly. "Liang Yingying, but it's not impossible." She was scared. Jiang Chunyan pinched her from behind, exasperated at her failure to live up to his expectations. "Liang Yingying, fuck, I'm such a lowly ace player." Fortunately, she had an idea, but there's a condition for reading the text. Liang Yingying used her genius brain. The condition is that God Xie, you have to act out the actions in the text. You have to act out as you read. The atmosphere in the room was instantly pushed to the climax. Ma shouting broke free. Ha 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 ha. Of course, she still had a desire to live. She added, "It doesn't have to be too vivid. Just let us know the general idea." Song Yu tried to speak again, but Jiang Chunyan was already very bold. He was going to die anyway. Before he died, he might as well indulge a little. He said before Song Yu could open his mouth, "The rest of the players, please keep quiet. Now is the confrontation time for the ace players of the Ghost brand. Unrelated people should not speak. The most important thing is that everyone is happy." The last sentence was obviously directed at Song Yu. Song Yu. Fuck. Xiesui didn't expect that truth or dare could give him such a surprise. She tilted her head and asked Song Yu, "Do you accept it?" Song Yu tried hard to recall the contents of the text. Other than the words, "press against the wall and kiss," there didn't seem to be anything excessive. Moreover, it was at the end. It didn't have to be too vivid. A fake position was enough. Who cared if they could see it or not? He now regretted messing with Ma shouting like that. Now that retribution was on him, who would be forgiven by the heavens? He stammered, "Read it." Xiesui chuckled. Okay. The onlookers consciously held their breaths. Jiang Chunyan smiled especially happily. "Brother, you probably didn't know that the document she sent to Liang Yingying was a revised version." Gentle and slow music flowed in the room. The lights in the KTV were changed to blue. When they shone on the two teenagers, both of them were extraordinarily handsome. Later, a teenager transferred to our school. He looked delicate and pretty, but he had a perverse personality. When school started, he defeated the former school bully and became the nation's husband. Xiesui's voice was cold. She read unhurriedly, just like when she read the script at the opening ceremony. Everyone slowly calmed down and listened to every word he said. The two of them became deskmates. A mountain can't accommodate two tigers. Everyone thought that they either didn't say a word and were strangers, or they fought against each other and didn't see eye to eye. Until one day, they saw the school hunk, who had always been cold and aloof, pressing his deskmate against the wall and kissing her. The perspective changed at the end, Xiesui said with a smile. She glanced at the content at the end. After a split symbol, she described it from his perspective. She put down her phone, stood up, and walked towards Song Yu. Song Yu was stunned. Didn't it end here? In fact, it was a good start. Xiesui had a photographic memory since she was a child. Reading it once was enough. He looked down. Xiesui read. Song Yu became more and more confused. Was this script a little different from what he remembered? But soon, the development of the situation didn't allow him to think about this. The teenager was tall and straight. Against the light, there was a sense of oppression. Xiesui leaned closer. Song Yu stopped breathing for a moment. This was the first time he saw Song Yu so shy. He read softly, his eyes dark and deep. He put his hand on the sofa behind Song Yu and slowly approached. His tone was calm, and his movements were more natural. His earlobes were slightly red, and his delicate face was full of uneasiness. It seemed that if he got closer, Song Yu would explode. So cute, he thought. In fact, when he saw Song Yu for the first time, he thought he was cute. He was chewing a mint, wearing a school uniform, and sitting beside him casually. He was full of youthfulness, like the September wind in Jing City, blowing away the frozen soil in his heart. It also made him want to hold the wind in his hands. The gentle music faded in his ears, leaving only his low and slightly hoarse voice. Every inch of Xiesui's voice was filled with the breath of Xiesui. Song Yu stared into his eyes. They were dark, distant, and unfathomable. Heat climbed up his face with confusion. Under the changing blue light, Song Yu's ears were red, and he shrank back uncomfortably. Song Yu was a little annoyed. He seemed to be so angry that he couldn't speak, but there was nowhere to hide. His eyes were clear. Ask, what do you want? Xiesui read softly. The possessiveness in his heart finally exploded. He took a step forward and put his arms around the child's waist. He really reached out his hand and pinched the child's slender waist. Song Yu was completely petrified. His body was tense. He felt that the hand on his waist had completely imprisoned him in a space. It was domineering and cold, but he couldn't resist. Xie Sui's smile became more ambiguous, and her eyes were full of frightening emotions. What do I want? He gently leaned close to the little deskmate's ear. His hot breath blew into her ear, making her scalp tingle. After a moment of hesitation, he chuckled. I want to fuck you. 5 words. His voice was hoarse. His voice was so low that only they could hear it. At this moment, Song Yu's brain completely exploded. It was blank because he hadn't come back to his senses yet. Her light-colored pupils were filled with confusion, and her gaze was like water. He looked extremely obedient. When he was angry, he found him cute. When he was confused, he found him obedient. He probably couldn't be saved. Xie Sui paused for a few seconds. She couldn't help but lean on his shoulder and laugh. Her laughter was very sexy and stirred his nerves. Song Yu regained some of his senses. The obedient crowd dispersed. When he came to his senses, his face was so red that it was about to explode. He cursed in his heart and was extremely angry. He reached out and pushed Xie Sui. Are you done? Are you done? If you're done, hurry up and move on to the next round. Xie Sui's voice was too serious, and she was too engrossed in her performance. The others in the private room were similar to Song Yu just now. They were completely immersed in that scene and suppressed their deep emotions. Now that Xie Sui was laughing by herself, the suffocating feeling that drowned her mind dissipated. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could only sigh that God Xie was still strong. Song Yu was furious. Get up. Are you done? Take the hand on his waist away. Xie Sui deliberately laughed to break Song Yu's discomfort. She supported herself on the sofa and straightened her body. I'm not done yet. There's still one more line. Then hurry up and say it. Song Yu's fair face was a little red. It was unknown whether it was anger or embarrassment. It was probably anger. Xie Sui stared into his eyes. Her voice was gentle and affectionate, and there was still a smile on her face. I forgot to tell you. Ever since I met you, the stars in the sky have been overshadowed. Ever since I kissed you, I have something to look forward to. Dear, you. The main character had yet to answer. The group of people in the private room had already burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ma Shouting laughed like a 400-pound fatty. It was obvious that she had never been beaten before. Shi Bowen restrained himself. The boys next to him were laughing uncontrollably. The girls had already covered their mouths, afraid that they would scream. Song Yu painfully covered his eyes with his hand. If you're done, hurry up and move on to the next round. Chapter 52. In the next few rounds, the boys became more and more unrestrained. It was really surprising when they were flirty. The girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The number 3 player who had just been tricked by Ma Shouting finally got the trump card and took revenge. Ma Shouting was forced to act out Romeo and Juliet with the boy next to her. They looked at each other and confessed. After a passionate hug, the two immediately let go, turned their heads, and pretended to vomit. The room was rocked back and forth, and laughter continued. Ma Shouting sighed. Why is it that God Xie can act so seriously when we're both acting? His Romeo complained. If you were 1/10 as handsome as Brother Yu, it wouldn't be so difficult for me. Ma Shouting. What do you mean? Come, let's fight. Song Yu had a jack in his hand. When he heard their conversation, he smiled. But his eyes were drifting, and he was obviously absent-minded. It's already the 11th round, and the Joker card hasn't appeared on God Xie or Brother Yu. What kind of luck is this? A boy shook his head and sighed as he shuffled the cards. Wait a minute. A girl with a bun suddenly raised her hand, blinked, and smiled. I reasonably suspect that it's a problem with the cards. Zhang Chunian, do you have a spare? It was too easy to play tricks with the ace and joker cards with the same 13 cards. Zhang Chunian said, I brought a deck of poker cards, but it can only be changed from ace to king. The joker and joker are still the same too. The girl with a bun volunteered. Then let's stop for a while. I'll go buy a new one. God Xie, I must know which girl it is. She had no choice. She was too curious about the school hunk's sweetheart. There weren't that many girls who were crazy about the couple. At this age, they still had some admiration for the school hunk and the school bully. The soul of gossip and the heart of comparison were ignited. Who does he like? Is that girl beautiful? Is her grades good? Am I worse than her? His heart was itching as if it was being scratched. Jiang Chunyan hugged the pillow and laughed. Really? I'm afraid that once you know the answer, you'll be so depressed that you want to bang your head against the wall. The girl with a bun snorted and looked at Songyu with a smile. And brother you, what you think about in the day, you dream of at night. I'm really curious who is lucky enough to enter your dream. Songyu's lips twitched. You're thinking too much. It wasn't a wet dream. Jiang Chunyan, hurry up and go. If they're talking about each other in their dreams, I'm afraid you'll cry in my arms. The girl with the bun stood up. Her legs were long and thin under her pleated skirt. She glared at her and said, Shut up, Fujoshi. I'll poison you tonight. Songyu was speechless. Was this Chinese class representative cheating? The rest of them were a little tired after being high for so long, so they urged her to go out. Bring me that bottle of iced red tea. Me too. Bring me a bottle of orange soda. Thanks. Liang Yingying continued eating her potato chips. She leaned over and whispered to Jiang Chunyan, Are you so sure that it's real? Jiang Chunyan shook his head and thought of the past. He sighed. I don't know if they're real or not, but the others definitely don't stand a chance. Back then, in order to talk to God Xie, I even asked such a stupid question as what the definition of a domain means. Do you dare to say that I'm not serious about my love? Liang Yingying, Jiang Chunyan, you haven't experienced God Xie's gaze. It's really scary. It makes me feel like I'm a mentally disabled child. My maiden heart was directly doused with cold water. When I returned to my seat, I was almost autistic. She took a potato chip from the side. However, my maiden heart recovered immediately. They're too sweet. If you pay more attention to their interactions, you'll know that gentleness is only for the one you love. It's good for two men. Liang Yingying, why do I feel that your maiden heart hasn't recovered? You've walked on a path of no return after being autistic. Jiang Chunyan. The potato chip in his mouth instantly lost its crispness. I don't think so. I'm really happy to see them interact. Jiang Chunyan looked at the sky. But when will the beautiful love befall me? She suddenly lowered her voice. My mother is already planning to find a partner for me. Can you believe it? Liang Yingying widened his eyes. Really? Jiang Chunyan said gloomily. The fourth young master of the Qin family came from a city. He's only 1 year older than me. She happily arranged for me to attend a banquet. Do you know the Qin family? The Qin financial group is the top in a city. It sounds so scary. Liang Yingying was stunned, but he asked, Is he handsome? Jiang Chunyan straightened his body and frowned. If it's the Qin family, it doesn't matter if he's handsome or not. No matter what, it's my family's social status. But my mother just said that if I dare to fall in love, she'll break my legs. Now, she wants me to build a good relationship with someone my age. I don't really understand her thinking. I saw the photo. He's called Chinamo. He's quite handsome, but I feel that he won't like me. I can't afford to offend him. Can't afford to offend him? Yes, intuition. Bai Shuixin is probably a good match for him, if he likes her. They were whispering to each other. Songyu curled up on the sofa. The atmosphere was quiet. He relaxed and felt a little sleepy. The gentle music, the soft pillow, and the faint smell of alcohol in the air were all hypnotic. However, his mind was still filled with the words Yu Yuve and Xie Sui's bottomless eyes. He was a little confused and absent-minded, but he didn't know why. It didn't seem like he was shy or angry. After all, his thoughts were simple. He just took it as a joke and didn't take it to heart. It was just a sense of loss. He felt like he could only find the answer in his dreams. Songyu looked up at the sky and secretly glanced at Xie Sui next to him. Finally, he leaned back gloomily and covered his eyes with the cards. Fuck, don't think about it. If you think about it in the day, you won't be able to sleep well tonight. The girl with the bun quickly came up with a new box of poker cards. She also brought a bottle of iced black tea and orange soda and placed it on the table. She sat on the sofa and hurriedly picked out the big and small jokers. She spread the cards on the table and smiled enthusiastically. Draw, draw, draw. The rules haven't changed. Songyu said, I'm a little sleepy. The The girl with the bun felt wronged. Brother Yu, are you worthy of my hard work? Song Yu looked up. Then it's the last round. The girl with the bun could only admit defeat. Okay. It was already 10:30 p.m., and it was indeed not early. She was afraid that the two secrets would become her biggest regret tonight. Everyone began to draw their cards. Song Yu randomly drew a card. When he opened it, he was stunned. It was a 1 in 15 chance. He was in the last round. He drew the Joker card. The change in his expression was too obvious. Everyone. Xie Sui held an ace in her hand. She looked up and glanced at Song Yu. This time, it was a girl who drew the ace card. She was usually quite introverted. When she stood up, she was a little shy. So, Brother Yu, truth or dare? Song Yu flipped the cards in his hand. He had witnessed so many dare games that he was really scared of them. Truth. Oh, okay. The group of girls who were not ace players began to scream. The ace girl naturally lived up to everyone's expectations and asked, "Who is the person you dream of every night?" Song Yu. He knew it would be this question. Everyone looked at him with burning eyes. Even Xie Sui turned her head, but her gaze was a little cold. He couldn't answer this question because if he did, he would be asked what kind of dream it was. How could he say those dreams? If he couldn't say it, it would be misinterpreted. In less than a week, everyone would know that he dreamed of Xie Sui, and it would most likely be twisted into a wet dream. Song Yu. I remember that we can change the question. Didn't Ma shouting change at that time? Shi Bowen was stunned for a moment before replying, but he was punished. Ma shouting nodded, dumbfounded. Yes, I opened a can of wine. Brother Yu, don't cause trouble. You can't drink. Song Yu. It seemed like that was the case. The original owner of the body couldn't drink at all, so he wouldn't court death. Then drink something else. He picked up the orange soda on the table and poured a full glass. He said very naturally, "Change the question for me." The ace girl. The girl with the bun covered her face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Yu, how can you do this? Song Yu frowned. He also felt that he was disrespecting the rules of the game. He was hesitating whether to say it or not. It seemed that saying it wasn't a big deal. I'll drink for him. Change the question. While he was thinking, Xie Sui suddenly spoke in a faint voice. Wow. It was the boys who screamed. Half of the girls blushed in surprise, and the other half were stunned. The girl with the bun. Thank God. You. Why was it so difficult for her to listen to gossip? Song Yu was also stunned. He tilted his head and looked at her. Xie Sui had already opened a bottle and drank it in one gulp. Her movements were casual, just like when they first met in Linshui, but she didn't have the coldness that kept people away at that time. 10 bottles of the strongest wine in Linshui were not a problem for him, and now it was even more child's play. Xie Sui licked her lips, looked up, and smiled. Change it. The ace girl sighed and shook her head. Okay, then I'll ask a simple question. Brother Yu, do you have someone you like now? Song Yu came back to his senses and answered this question straightforwardly. He shook his head. No. He had never fallen in love with anyone in his 2 lifetimes. No? If not, who do you dream of every day? But before they could voice out their doubts, the homeroom teacher had already come in with a selfie stick and a cell phone. She shouted loudly, "Come, come, come, students of 305. Everyone, come and take a picture." Everyone. Question mark. Everyone. The homeroom teacher was smiling until her gaze fell on the wine on the table. Her smile froze. Everyone in the private room stopped breathing. After a long while, tonight's game ended with the homeroom teacher's roar that resounded through the room. What are you doing? Who ordered the wine? Are you itching for a beating? Each of you, write a 1,000-word reflection. It was so late. Song Yu sent a message to his grandmother, telling her that he would be back on Saturday. After taking a shower at the school apartment, he was full of energy. He was bored, so he ran downstairs and came to Xie Sui's place to write a reflection with him. 1,000 words? What's there to write? When Song Yu came out of the private room, the little girl stuffed a bottle of orange soda into his hands. He brought it back but didn't drink it and put it aside. Now he was confused by the report and twisted open the lid. Xie Sui didn't know if this child ran down in her pajamas as a hint. he said lightly. You can write about our game. Song-yu took a sip of soda. TSK. Then I'm afraid the homeroom teacher will add 10,000 words if I write it. Xiesui smiled. You write first. I'll make a cup of coffee. Song-yu, okay. But after Xiesui left, he bit the pen, looked at the paper, and played with his cell phone. There was a friend request from Lights Like Back Then. Song-yu thought about it and agreed. After a while, there was a message from the other side. Lights Like Back Then. I'm sorry. Brother you. Lights Like Back Then. I've applied to remove the forum building and the document has been destroyed. You'll never see it again. I swear, I won't write anymore. I won't write anymore. Don't kill me, QAQ. Song-yu thought it was something serious. He asked the question that had been puzzling him. Your husband, brother you. Why do you think Xiesui and I are a couple? Lights Like Back Then? Lights Like Back Then. About that? Other people on the forum might see that you're both famous people and are especially handsome, so they're blind. But I'm different. I used to like God Xie, so I paid special attention to you for a period of time, and then I felt a little sweet. Lights Like Back Then. Brother you can pay more attention. You'll find how special and gentle God Xie is to you. Lights Like Back Then. Of course, if this is your socialist brotherhood, you can treat it as fart. Don't think too much. What's the point of dating in high school? Isn't studying fun? Brother Yu's next goal is to be in the top 10 of the grade? Good luck. Good night. I'm leaving. Your husband, Brother Yu. Song-yu put down his phone and picked up a pen to start the 1,000-word reflection. But his mind was thinking about Jiang Chunyan's words. Xiesui was special and gentle to him? It wasn't that special. Before Xiesui met those scumbags, he was a very gentle and kind teenager. You didn't write a word? Xiesui had already come in with coffee. She sat next to him. Song-yu put down his pen and thought of something. He said, when I was writing, I recalled the content of the game. I'm quite curious now. Do you really have someone you like? Xiesui stared at him quietly.
Yes.
Song-yu, can you tell me who it is? Xiesui smiled, but his tone was cold. Why should I? Song-yu twirled his pen. We can be considered brothers who have slept in the same bed. We have a good relationship. I can teach you how to chase her and give you advice. Teach him how to chase women. How interesting. Xiesui laughed but only said, why don't you use your secret in exchange? Song-yu was stunned. His pupils widened. Under his curly eyelashes, his eyes were curious and surprised. The secret of who I dreamed of? It was like exchanging secrets in elementary school. But it was such a childish thing. Song-yu couldn't help but lower his voice. Xiesui. Yes? Song-yu was afraid of rumors and didn't really care about this. If he used this secret in exchange for the person he liked, Xiesui would suffer a great loss. His face was full of, you'll regret it. Then I'll say it? He leaned over, almost to Xiesui's ear, and whispered, I dreamed of you. When he spoke, there was the smell of cold orange soda. Wind, mint, orange soda. It seemed that his arrival had given him an entire summer. Xiesui was stunned. He looked up. His heart was as sweet as honey, but his expression didn't change. With a half-smile, he looked very indecent and said in a casual tone, oh, the person I like is you too. However, this indecent affection didn't seem real at all. Song-yu. I'm telling the truth. Why was he playing with him? Ha ha ha. Xiesui leaned over the table and couldn't stop laughing. She had never been so happy before. Chapter 53. Xiesui had enough of laughing and said, what did you dream of me about? Song-yu sneered. Liking someone was a very sensitive thing. If Xiesui didn't say it, he wouldn't be so nosy. He had been tricked and was very angry. He turned his head and said, I lied to you. I didn't dream of you. Xiesui said meaningfully. She didn't ask and looked at the report under his arm. She smiled and said, you still can't write it? Song-yu was still angry and ignored him. Xiesui said, the format of the first paragraph is wrong. Song-yu? ? He was easily influenced when he was focused on one thing. He removed his arm and said, what's wrong? I copied it from the internet. Xiesui was really good at dealing with him. She took out a pin from the pin holder and said with a smile, "Give it to me. I'll change it for you." After Songyu handed it over, he realized that something was wrong. Damn, should he ignore this liar now? He reacted and pressed his hand on the paper. Songyu looked up at him and asked in a low voice, "Do you really like someone?" The two of them were very close. His breath almost hit Xie Sui's face. It was hot. Xie Sui turned her head and saw Songyu's delicate face. His light-colored pupils were clean and clear. She looked down slightly. The neckline of the summer pajamas was slightly open. She saw the young man's delicate collarbone and milky white skin. The smell of the shower gel after the shower was light and lustful. The corner of Xie Sui's lips curled up slightly. Cute. He leaned back quietly and restrained his playfulness. He said in a serious tone, "It's true." After pausing for a few seconds, before Songyu got angry, Xie Sui explained with a smile. But the question she gave didn't define the degree of liking. Liking a person, liking a season, liking a smell, all of them are liking. Songyu understood that Xie Sui deliberately twisted the words and threw a big bomb at them to keep them in suspense. He knew that Xie Sui didn't have time to get to know girls. Songyu removed his hand from the paper and said disapprovingly, "You're too bad. Forget it. You should help me change the format first." Xie Sui took the pen and tried to find a topic. "What about you? You really don't have anyone you like?" He remembered the truth. Words. Songyu frowned. If the definition of liking is this kind of liking, then there must be. I like too many things and too many people: my father, my mother, my brother, my sister, my grandmother, my cousin, my uncle, my aunts, and you. And you. Xie Sui didn't look at him and listened quietly. The corners of his lips curled up as if he couldn't stop smiling. "Oh, that's such an honor." Xie Sui said lightly, "I don't like that many people." Songyu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his throat. He suddenly remembered that Xie Sui only had Grandma Chen in her family. Xie Sui said, "I don't like many things either. But because of you, I'm starting to like peppermint and summer." Songyu laughed and praised, "Not bad, brother. The things you like are great." Xie Sui tilted his head and looked at him. There was a hint of a smile in his dark eyes. Yes. The people he liked were great too. At 1:00 in the evening, Songyu finally finished writing the 1,000-word reflection. He went back and drank a glass of milk before going to bed. However, he didn't sleep well at all. Just as Songyu expected in the KTV room, he had a dream tonight. It was a messy dream. It happened in the ward. The smell of disinfectant was very faint. The window was open, and there was a lawn outside. A group of children in hospital gowns were laughing on it. The sun shone in and shone on his skin. It was bright and warm. He didn't know why, but he knew that the atmosphere was very awkward. After a short conversation with the nurse in English, a tall man in a black suit glanced at him casually. His gaze was cold and piercing. The young man on the bed stiffened. He held his forehead and was too ashamed to look at him. After the nurse left, only the two of them were left in the ward. "You're awake?" The man pulled out a chair and sat down. His movements were elegant, and his temperament was noble and cold. "Tell me about what happened yesterday." The young man held his forehead. "Well, I can explain. I'm really not a scammer." "If you're not a scammer, then you're throwing yourself at me." He raised his eyebrows and didn't hide the mockery in his tone. "Has the Song family declined to this point?" The young man, "Sorry, I was pranked. I can't drink. Thank you for sending me to the hospital. You're really a good person." The man looked down at his watch and said lightly, "Your brother should be here soon." The young man. He widened his eyes and his tone was a little anxious and pleading. "I can compensate for your losses. Can you not call me brother?" "No need." He got up. "You can't afford it." As if he didn't want to waste any more time, the man strode towards the door. At the thought of facing his brother's mother and sister's father, the young man felt suffocated. He grabbed his hair and shouted in a hurry, "Wait, you really don't need to call my brother over. Why do you call him over? Isn't this interfering with our reunion?" Since he was going all out, the rest of the words would be easy to say. He forced a smile. "Young Master Xie, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Sit down and have a good chat." We met when we were 5 years old, remember? The air seemed to be quiet for a second. The man stopped in his tracks and turned around. He said with a faint smile, 5 years old. The young man tried to smile. Yes, 5 years old. You even called me brother behind me. Do you remember? Young Master Xia's lips curled, his cold eyes expressionless. Is there something wrong with your brain other than your body? The young man took a deep breath. If he didn't have a favor to ask, he would have jumped off the bed and fought with him. But he still tried to speak passionately. We really met when we were young. Don't call my brother over. I want to reminisce with you. You were so cute when you were young. Young Master Xia looked at him with his dark eyes and said slowly, Are you so afraid of meeting Songsu? The young man was stunned. His light-colored eyes shone with hope. Yes, yes, yes. I just quarreled with him and my father at home last week. It's too awkward to meet him now. I'll tell you all this. Can you, young Master Xia? I'll help you call President Song. It's a piece of cake. The young man. Fuck. He was going to die of anger. Fragmented memories. After that, it was a conversation between his brother and him. After quarreling, their anger had probably dissipated and they took a break. His brother asked, You met Xiesui? Yes. His brother was silent for a while. This person is very dangerous. Try not to interact with him. I don't think he's dangerous, but he's really bad, just like when he was young. Song-su? ? Tell me the content of your conversation. The young man stammered and told him the whole story. After listening, Song-su frowned and thought for a long time. He said slowly, He even sent you to the hospital. It seems like he was in a good mood that day. Or, actually, he remembers what happened when he was young. It's not like the him I know to say those things to you. Song-su quickly came back to his senses and said, No matter what, you should stay away from him in the future. That's not a problem. Anyway, he should be back soon. We won't see each other in this lifetime. The ward, the warm sun, and the young man with a casual smile. The dream was like a water curtain. A feeling of regret and nostalgia began to spread. He didn't know how many times he had had such a strange dream. Song-yu was completely sure that as long as there was Xiesui in his dream, it was not a good thing. When he woke up on Saturday morning, he had a splitting headache. It took him a long time to recover. He got out of bed and had breakfast. He saw that there was a missed call on his phone. It was from Mengguang. Song-yu drank milk and called back. The call was quickly connected. Hello, cousin. What's the matter? Mengguang said, Yu, when are you coming home? Song-yu said, In the afternoon. Mengguang said, In the afternoon is fine too. There's a banquet at Floating Light Hotel tonight. Someone from the Qin family in a city is coming. You should know him. Come with me. Song-yu was slightly stunned. Qin family? Who? The fourth young master of the Qin family. He's only 1 year older than you. His name is Qinimo, Song-yu. He finished the milk in one gulp and put down the cup with a thud. Song-yu said, Okay. His tone was cold and murderous. Mengguang? ? Mengguang said, What's wrong? Do you two have a grudge? Song-yu put on a fake smile. No, I'm quite happy to have another friend. When he heard the name Qinimo and thought of his actions in gentle control, Song-yu was so angry that his liver hurt. However, he held his phone with a confused look in his eyes. Shouldn't Attack 1 be released next semester? Why did he come to Jing City now? In the original novel, Attack 1 was set up as a playboy. He was a playboy who would do anything for the prey he set his eyes on. In the beginning, he pretended to be gentle and considerate, but after gaining Xiesui's trust, he got tired of him and pushed him deeper into the darkness. When Song-yu first read the novel, he didn't understand what sadistic love meant. He only felt that this person was a bit of a hindsight. His family background was so good. Was it so difficult to help Xiesui obtain a stable environment? As a reader, he was very confused, but he also understood. Perhaps their relationship wasn't that good. After all, whether to help or not was a personal choice. No one said that if one had the ability, one had to save others. Then the plot began to show his ferocious side. Qinimo allowed the people in the school to ridicule and insult Xiesui. Every time when he was most desperate, he would show some gentleness. A few words of comfort and dispensable companionship. For Xie Sui, it was the light of life, illuminating the long, lonely night. Chinamo broke Xie Sui's cold shell, but it was only limited to the position of a friend. When he failed to seduce Xie Sui, his mood became worse. He deliberately took him to high-end places to make a fool of him and deliberately trampled on his dignity. But at that time, Xie Sui had already regarded him as a very important person. Many times, he would reflect on whether he had done something wrong. He was confused and frightened. In the dark and cold world, he grasped a glimmer of light and didn't dare to let it go. But the cold and stubborn boy didn't know that what he grasped was not light, but the tentacles of the abyss. The third year of high school was when everything collapsed. Song Yu thought of the boy whose shirt was stained with blood and who vomited while supporting himself against a pillar on a dark, rainy night. Song Yu sighed bitterly. From a pitiful boy to a dangerous person. What on earth had his little childhood friend experienced? Chapter 54. It was Saturday at 8 p.m. Song Yu opened the car door. He had changed into a fine-quality white suit and a blue bow tie. His body fit perfectly, making him look tall and handsome. His facial features were exquisite and handsome. When he was expressionless, there was a sense of arrogance and coldness that came from being pampered. He sat in the passenger seat. Song Yu frowned and asked, "When did Chinamo come to Jing City? What is he doing here?" Mengguang didn't understand either. "Just a few days ago. Actually, I'm curious too. Why is the young master of the Qin family here instead of staying in a city? Do you know him? If you do, you can ask him." Song Yu said, "Forget it. It's so annoying to know him." Mengguang laughed. "You still say that you don't have any grudges? You sound like you have a deep grudge. Actually, if you don't want to go, we can go home. I'll take you to a good place." Song Yu had been tricked by him last time. He glanced at him suspiciously and shook his head. "Instead of listening to you sing, I'd rather be annoyed by him." Mengguang. The car drove to Floating Light Hotel. The garden at the entrance of the hotel was elegant and fresh. The water from the fountain reflected the light from the street lamps and sparkled. After parking the car, Mengguang let him in. The receptionist was standing at the entrance. After receiving the invitation, he led them to the lounge on the second floor. "Speaking of which, this is the first time you've appeared in public since you came to Jing City." Mengguang was curious. "Actually, I don't understand why you transferred to Jing City as soon as you were discharged. What was the reason?" It was all for Xie Sui. However, he couldn't say this out loud. Song Yu said, "To study in a different environment." Mengguang? Mengguang said, "Cousin, you're amazing." This time, the banquet to welcome Chinamo was hosted by the Wang family. The Wang family and the Ming family might have some discord due to Wang Xi's matter, but they were both wealthy families in Jing City. They had to give face and sent an invitation. The main character hadn't arrived yet, so the banquet hadn't started yet. However, many people in the hall had already started exchanging greetings. They came to participate with the intention of building a relationship with the Qin family. Some children who were close to Qin Mo's age were also brought over. Their intentions were tacitly understood. "You sit here first. I'm going to meet a few people." "All right." The lounge was made up of several rooms connected together and shared an open-air balcony. The adults were negotiating downstairs. Most of the people on the second floor were their children who had been brought over. Sounds of teasing came from outside the glass door. Song Yu curled up on the sofa and played with his phone. Halfway through, his phone almost ran out of battery. He looked around but could not find a charger. She planned to go out and look for the waiter, but she didn't expect to meet Bai Shuexin at the top of the stairs. Bai Shuexin was also stunned when he saw him. She was dressed very delicately today. Her dress was gorgeous and her makeup was perfect. It was obvious that she had come prepared. There was an indescribable shock in her voice. "Song Yu? Why are you here?" She was followed by a girl who was also rich. She frowned and said, "You know Xin, but this? Why do I feel like I've never seen her before?" There were only a few rich families in Jing City. They had grown up together on various occasions and knew each other. Song Yu's impression of Bai Shuexin was that she was a girl who wanted to chase after Xie Sui, but ended up being asked about her brain circuit. He didn't have a good impression of her, but he didn't dislike her either. He glanced at her and nodded, which was a polite response. He went downstairs to look for a charger. Bai Shuashin's expression didn't look very good. However, the girl next to her was interested. Is his name Songyu? He has a nice name and is handsome. Xinshin, won't you introduce this handsome young man to me? She said to Bai Shuashin coquettishly, but her eyes were blatantly on Songyu. After the incident in the cafeteria last time, Bai Shuashin was extremely tired of Songyu. She thought of some rumors in school and said coldly and disdainfully, he seems to be a relative of the Ming family. He came to Jing City during the summer vacation and no one introduced him to me. The words relative and no one introduced him to me dispelled the interest of the girl next to her. After all, since she could hang out with Bai Shuashin, she had the same thoughts and values. A poor distant relative of the Ming family was not worthy of her attention. Oh, I see. Songyu borrowed a charger from the waiter and went back to the lounge on the second floor. However, the lounge was already occupied when he went out. He went to the balcony outside and found a corner to sit and play with his mobile phone. It was very big here, far away from the crowd, and no one would disturb him. He was so bored that he went to harass Xie Sui. Your husband, brother Yu. Do you know that I will change my seat after the monthly exam? Xie Sui, yes. Your husband, brother Yu. Do you have any thoughts? Do you want to continue to be my desk mate? He threw out an olive branch. Xie Sui, nothing. Whatever. Your husband, brother Yu. The olive branch snapped. Songyu held his mobile phone and suddenly felt angry. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Whatever. Do whatever you want. Do you know how I slept with Wang Zigong in order to be your desk mate? Your husband, brother Yu. You are not a good person. Xie Sui sat in the back seat of the taxi. The neon lights were reversed and the night was deep. The ruthlessness in his heart that was aroused by some things faded away and the corners of his mouth turned up. Xie Sui, to be exact, it's up to you. Songyu? Xie Sui, I have an idea, but I'm afraid you won't be willing. Songyu's fingertips paused, and he stared at this line of words for a long time. For some reason, he remembered Xie Sui's hoarse voice when she leaned over and whispered in his ear that day at the KTV. He was stunned. Wasn't it just a matter of changing desk mates? Why did she speak so strangely? Your husband, brother Yu? Your husband, brother Yu. Just say yes. Actually, the teacher asked me before if I should continue to arrange for us to be together. I don't have any objections. It's up to you. Xie Sui, yes, I don't have any objections either. Xie Sui, where are you now? Songyu was stunned. How did he change the topic so quickly? He looked back and saw the lawn and fountain that were dazzling under the moonlight and lights. Songyu, I'm at Floating Light, a hotel. Xie Sui, I'm here to look for you. Songyu? Songyu, why are you looking for me? Xie Sui, I want to see you. These 3 words stunned Songyu. He held his phone and was really confused. What was wrong with Xie Sui? Why did she want to see him in the middle of the night? However, when he thought about how he used to find trouble to talk about, Xie Sui's reason didn't seem to be too much. Furthermore, could it be that something had happened to Xie Sui? She needed his comfort? Anyway, he came to this banquet just to take a look at the scumbag in the book that made his liver ache. He would leave after reading it. He would suffer for nothing if he stayed. Your husband, brother Yu. Okay. Your husband, brother Yu. I can't come in tonight without an invitation. Wait for me at the door. I'll go out and look for you at 9 o'clock. After Xie Sui received the message, she laughed softly. He had already come up with an excuse, but Songyu didn't even ask and directly agreed. He even took the initiative to ask to see him. After laughing, Xie Sui's eyes gradually turned cold. He only found out tonight that Chinamo would come to Jing City, including the banquet at Floating Light. He was worried that Songyu would meet Chinamo, so he specially got an invitation tonight and wanted to pick up Songyu. He remembered being made a fool of in high school in his previous life. Even when Chinamo cried bitterly and apologized in front of him at the banquet, Xie Sui only felt disgust. There was really no need to apologize. After all, everything would be returned. He had dealt with Chinamo before. He knew that he liked to play with people's hearts, trample on other people's pride, and pretend to be gentle and considerate to chase after his prey. Once he got tired of it, he would throw it away. He didn't want his child to meet such a lunatic at all. At a glance, it was all filthy. Brother Yu? Song Yu suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Jiang Chunyan standing not far away, looking at him in surprise. Her hair was slightly curled, and she was wearing an aqua blue dress. The Chinese class representative who was like a prophet? Although they weren't familiar with each other, Song Yu still gave his classmate's face. When he saw her coming over, he even pulled out a chair for her. Jiang Chunyan sat next to him, his eyes full of light. Is it really you? I wasn't sure at first. Song Yu, yes. Jiang Chunyan, brother Yu, I see that you've been sitting here for a long time. Instead of chatting, you're just here playing with your phone? Song Yu lazily yang. The signal is good. Jiang Chunyan's eyes revealed a look of understanding. In his heart, he had already categorized Song Yu as someone who was attending a banquet like this for the first time. She did not know anyone and was the only one left. Brother Yu was too pitiful. She was very loyal and took out her phone. Then I'll accompany you. I can't chat with them anyway. Song Yu glanced at her and felt that she was imagining something messy in her head. At this time, a girl's disdainful sneer came from the side. It was Bai Shuexin, who was surrounded by a group of people. Bai Shuexin originally didn't want to talk to Song Yu, but now the two people she hated the most were sitting together. It was a godsend opportunity. It would be a waste of such a good opportunity if she didn't make trouble for them. In fact, she had been at odds with Jiang Chunyan for a long time. They were of the same age and family background. She had always looked down on this kind of naive person, but those old women all liked him. She spat out a sarcastic word from her red lips. Jiang Chunyan, have you finally found a suitable place for you to stay? Jiang Chunyan rolled his eyes. Everyone on the terrace knew each other. Jiang Chunyan had always been simple-minded and didn't fit into their circle. Song Yu had just come to Jing City. The two of them didn't fit in here and became the focus of everyone's attention. It was especially awkward. Bai Shuexin held a glass of wine in her hand. She smiled and took a sip, saying, "It's quite good." The daughter of a nouveau riche and a poor relative of the Meng family sit together. It's a good match. Jiang Chunyan was furious when he heard nouveau riche. However, when he heard the word good match, his anger disappeared in an instant. She secretly glanced at the delicate and elegant young man next to her and blushed. Don't talk nonsense. Since Godxia wasn't here, let her be a young girl. Song Yu, Bai Shuexin. She really had to hand it to this naive girl. Bai Shuexin didn't give up. She sneered. Do you think I'm praising you? Don't you feel embarrassed? Don't try to integrate into a circle that you shouldn't. Are you two ugly ducklings here to be a joke? You can't even get a word in, and you're playing with your phone. Do you know that the more you try to hide your discomfort, the more pitiful you look? The people next to her all laughed softly. Bai Shuexin dared to say such things. There weren't many people left who were pure and kind. Song Yu slowly turned off his phone. Beside him was a companion who was still blushing and had zero fighting spirit. He couldn't count on her. He asked indifferently, "What circle shouldn't I integrate into?" Bai Shuexin put down the goblet in her hand. It's not a circle. She couldn't hide her superiority in her tone. The Meng family brought you to this banquet, but it doesn't mean that you're a member of the Meng family. Do you understand what we're talking about? If you can't integrate into a circle, you won't be able to integrate into it for the rest of your life. Don't come to such an event next time. Don't blame me for talking too much. There aren't many people here, and everyone's age is close. You're not too embarrassed. I'm reminding you for Xiesui's sake. It's a little harsh, but it's also reasonable. Marriage is about matching social status. It's the same for social interaction. After she finished speaking, she smiled meaningfully, and her eyes were full of disdain. Song Yu understood and sneered. Amazing. Then it's really not easy for me to say something to you. Bai Shuexin didn't have time to smile. Song Yu said indifferently, I'm afraid that I'll have to sever my father's relationship with me, or let him stop more than 10 companies before I can match your social status and socialize with you. The group of people who were watching the show, although she knew that he was bragging, his tone still made her want to vomit. Bai Shuexin was furious. You. Jiang Chunyan finally came back to his senses. His small face was cold and annoyed. Do you know what I hate about you the most? It's this disgusting and condescending attitude. Bai Shuixin was so angry that she laughed and raised her glass. How am I high and mighty? I tried to persuade him to go home, but he scolded me? Wait until he makes a fool of himself in front of everyone. Then you'll understand my painstaking efforts. Zhang Chunian, every time you sit at a banquet and eat alone, no one pays attention to you. Are you trying to get an accomplice to embarrass you with you? People with low self-esteem see everything as difficult and superior. Let's talk about the wine in my hand. Do you know its name? Do you know how much a bottle costs? You only know how to study. Your teacher didn't teach you that, right? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Songyu. Children from ordinary families probably can't even buy a bottle of it in their lifetime. She smiled and poured the wine on the ground. But I'm different. I can't talk to you about its origin and taste at all. Champagne, music, pastries, design, there's nothing you haven't seen before. After saying so much, Songyu, do you understand what I mean? Songyu, 666, by Shuixin, ? She was so angry that she almost crushed the wine glass. She had said so much. Songyu deducted 6 points from her. Why are you all here? What are you talking about so happily? Hurry up and go down. The banquet is about to start. A gentle and smiling voice came from a tall young man in a blue suit. Songyu felt that he looked familiar. Later, he remembered that he was the young master of the Wei family, whom he had met once in Linshui. He was friends with his cousin. The Wei family was the leader of the service industry in Jing City. Linshui and Floating Light were both businesses under them. Bai Shuixin swept away Yang Yang's smug look and smiled shyly. Brother Wei, Songyu was very natural. I'm listening to Miss by flaunting her wealth. Bai Shuixin. Wei. ? Zhang Chunian laughed out loud. I can't afford to buy wine in my lifetime, but she poured it on the ground. She's really rich. Songyu closed his phone and said lightly, so I propose that Miss Bai pay for all the expenses tonight. Does anyone have any objections? No objections, it's settled. Bai Shuixin. A chuckle sounded, and a youth walked in from behind Wei Yi. He was wearing a silver suit and had short black hair. When he smiled, he looked like a spring breeze. Chapter 55. The young man was very tall, and his hair was combed in front of his forehead, making him look handsome and tall. However, his eyes were gentle, and his smile was friendly and gentle. His eyes curved as he looked at Songyu with interest. The people on the balcony were stunned when they saw him, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Wei Gui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you guys have a fight? Bai Shuixin's face instantly became very ugly. She dared to say those words just now because everyone on the balcony was familiar with her, and she didn't want others to know her true colors. She hurriedly changed the topic before Songyu could speak. She pressed her fingers on the table and stood up, smiling brightly. Brother Wei, you're here at the right time. Let's go down first. Isn't young Master Qin coming? Don't let him wait too long. When Wei Gui heard this, he raised his eyebrows and glanced to the side. The young man in the silver suit smiled slightly. His facial features were gentle, and his voice was clear. There's no hurry. I should be the one waiting for you. His identity was obvious. The atmosphere instantly became quiet. The people who were originally confused by his appearance were now certain that the young man in front of them was the fourth young master of the Qin family from a city. Bai Shuixin suddenly felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Wei Gui smiled and said to Songyu, What happened just now? Songyu suddenly raised his head when Qinemo spoke. His gaze passed through the crowd, and it was bone-chilling. His light-colored eyes were cold and indifferent. He couldn't be bothered to care about Bai Shuixin, and he stared straight at the scumbag opposite him. Qinemo was stunned. He felt Songyu's gaze, but he smiled at him gently and politely. Many scenes flashed through Songyu's mind. They were all about Xie Sui, his lonely, confused, and frightened youth. In the end, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked away indifferently, lowered his head, and stopped torturing himself. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he swiped his phone and replied to Wei Gui. Nothing happened. With this stupid scumbag around, he didn't want to say anything. At this time, Jiang Chunyan decided to play his part. He smiled and said, "We didn't quarrel. We were all quite harmonious. We quietly listened to Miss Bai flaunt her wealth. Brother, you even deducted 6 points from her." Everyone on the balcony, Bai Shuixin, felt that he was going to be angered to death by these two tonight. She glanced at Qin Mo in a panic, only to find that he wasn't looking at her. Instead, he was looking at Song Yu meaningfully. She let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt stifled. She bit her lower lip, and her arrogance was swept away. Feeling wronged, she said, "Jiang Chunyan, you've gone too far. How can you just throw dirty water at me? I'm not flaunting my wealth. I just saw Song Yu playing with his phone and didn't talk to us, so I came over to talk to him." Jiang Chunyan rolled his eyes. "You're not flaunting your wealth. You're pouring wine because you're happy?" Bai Shuixin pretended to wipe the corners of her eyes. "It's Song Yu's first time attending this kind of banquet. As his senior, I'm just concerned about him. My original intention was to prevent him from being too embarrassed and misinterpreted by you guys. Brother Wei, why don't you listen to what the others have to say?" The more she spoke, the more wronged she felt. Her eyes were red, and she looked a little pitiful. Jiang Chunyan felt that if he rolled his eyes again, he would probably become cross-eyed. He chuckled and admired Bai Shuixin's attitude and style. However, the balcony was full of people in Bai Shuixin's circle. No matter what she and Brother Yu said, they would be blamed. Poor Brother Yu. It was his first time attending a banquet in Jing City, and he met such a terrible person. Wei Chunyan finally understood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Did you guys really quarrel? You bunch of kids." Song Yu looked at the time. It was 8:30. Since he had already met this scumbag, he wasn't in the mood to stay and welcome him. He could leave now. "We didn't quarrel." He stood up. Song Yu's appearance was handsome and exquisite. His face was cold, and his tone was very natural. "Quarreling is also about social status. How can we quarrel? It's really too difficult for me to talk to Miss Bai." Naturally, Bai Shuixin was infuriated. Bai Shuixin felt that it was a big mistake for her to provoke Song Yu today. She wanted to vomit blood, and her nails dug into her flesh. She lowered her head and looked at Song Yu with cold disgust. She had to maintain her image because Wei Chunyan and Qin Mo were here. That was why she let Song Yu make her angry. The next time they met, she would pour the wine directly on Song Yu's face. Wei Chunyan was stunned. Quarreling about social status? Song Yu. Miss Bai's words. Bai Shuixin opened her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes. "I didn't." Wei Chunyan also vaguely understood some things. He glanced at Bai Shuixin and smiled, but his eyes were a little cold. "If you were really a match of social status, I'm afraid that only Qin Mo can talk to you here." Song Yu. "Fuck." Then he might as well talk to Bai Shuixin. When Qin Mo heard this, he also laughed and said gently, "Song Yu, long time no see." His long time no see completely froze the atmosphere for a few seconds. Bai Shuixin was stunned. Not only her, but the people on the balcony were also stunned. They faintly had an idea that subverted their understanding of the world. Qin Mo said long time no see to Song Yu. They had met before? Song Yu knew the young master of the Qin family in a city? Song Yu. Actually, his expression was not much better than Bai Shuixin's. He was so annoyed. What did long time no see mean? They had never met before, and if they met again in the future, they would be enemies. He suppressed the irritation and anger in his heart. He treated Qin Mo as an invisible person, and his attitude was obviously cold. However, he said to Wei Chunyan, "Is my cousin downstairs?" Wei Chunyan said, "Yes, I came upstairs to look for you on his behalf." Song Yu nodded and walked down. "I'll go and tell him that I have something to do and have to leave first." Qin Mo was ignored like this, but he just smiled good-naturedly. He did not have the aura of a rich young master at all. He was just like an amiable older brother next door. He did indeed put himself in this position. When Song Yu brushed past him, Qin Mo suddenly smiled and spoke. "Song Yu, when I came to Jing City this time, Uncle Song specially mentioned you to me." He stared at him quietly with a faint smile. "He also told me to help keep an eye on you at school. He was afraid that you were too naughty and would cause trouble." Song Yu stopped and finally turned to look at him. His white face was as cold as frost. He pulled his lower lip and mocked him casually. "You'd better not." Chin Mo's smile didn't diminish. The scumbag hadn't done anything yet, and it was hard to make a conclusion based on the future in the book. However, Song Yu really didn't want to say another word to him. "Wei Chunian, you want to leave first? The banquet hasn't started yet." Song Yu held his mobile phone and charging cable in his hand and said very naturally, "I just came to charge it on the way. After charging it, it's time to leave." Wei Chunian. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his good friend's unusual cousin. However, he thought that Song Yu was throwing a tantrum because of what happened just now. He comforted him. "You just came to charge it on the way. Why did you dress so formally? Don't be angry." They went too far with their words. Don't take their snobbish remarks seriously. After saying that, he tilted his head and gave Bai Shuixin a warning look. "Apologize. Song Yu can't afford the wine in his lifetime. I'm afraid you're not even qualified to take a look at it. You're ambitious, but you need to be careful." After all, he was older than them, and he had heard about the style of the daughter of the Bai family in Jing City. He could see Bai Shuixin's thoughts at a glance. Wei Chunian said lightly, "Next time, ask who's the one who's throwing a tantrum. If you don't know the Song family, you can go back and ask your father. Or, does Song Ziqing know?" The last straw was pressed down. Song Ziqing, Bai Shuixin suddenly widened her eyes. Her face was pale, and she was on the verge of collapsing. It was like a slap in the face. She was stunned. The people on the balcony were also stunned. The men and women's faces were pale. In their hearts, Yang Yang's pride turned into embarrassment and embarrassment. Even when they mocked Song Yu together just now, they didn't get a good result. The young man retorted one sentence after another, making them look like idiots. Now, they were even more arrogant idiots who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They were sure that Song Yu was a poor relative of the Ming family because his appearance in Jing City was inexplicable. There was no news at all. It was obvious that the Ming family didn't care about him. In school, he hung out with the son of the driver of the Ming family all day long. In class, he was no different from an ordinary high school student. Now, everyone wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide. Embarrassment and regret were secondary. More importantly, there was fear in their hearts. Song Ziqing's fear of provoking the Song family. "Song Yu," Bai Shuixin's pale face called out in a trembling voice. Her heart was in a mess. She felt that all the blood in her body was flowing backward to her brain. She was about to suffocate. Song Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. Wei Chunian guessed wrong. She wanted to leave not because of them. He wasn't the one who was almost angered to death just now. To deal with Bai Shuixin, who liked to play with privileges and flaunt her superiority, he didn't even bother to slap her face. He would just let her be happy alone. He said to Wei Chunian, "I dressed so formally to meet a friend." Wei Chunian said meaningfully, "Girlfriend?" Song Yu said, "Boyfriend." After a short moment of suffocation, he added belatedly, Song Yu said, "Male friend?" Bai Shuixin felt that her body didn't belong to her. She felt uncomfortable as if she had been injected with lead. She urgently needed to say something to Song Yu. She stepped forward with red eyes. "Brother Yu, I'm sorry. Actually, what I said just now, I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable. Jiang Chunian sat in his seat in a daze for a long time before he laughed out loud in relief. Looking at Bai Shuixin in a fluster, he only felt that she was pitiful and sad. She needed to rely on insulting others to show her superiority. She was stupid and vicious. She deserved it. Song Yu wanted to see Xie. After meeting such a mess of people, he especially wanted to see her. He thought bitterly. Was Chinamo so easy to enter Xie's heart because he pretended to be gentle and gentlemanly? He became the only friend that he valued, and then stood behind him to hurt him in a way that was 10,000 times more ruthless than others? No, he had to give Xie some reminders for the future today. He couldn't be sure that Chinamo was up to no good. When he wasn't paying attention, he might harm Xie again. "You guys chat. I'll leave first." "Brother Yu." Seeing that Song Yu was ignoring her, Bai Shuixin shouted anxiously and took a step forward. However, because she was in a hurry, she had just splashed wine on the floor. Her high heels slipped and she fell to the ground. She knocked over the table, and the wine bottles and glasses on it rolled all over the floor. She was angry and annoyed. Her chest was heaving up and down violently. Her fingers trembled as she pressed on the floor. Jiang Chunyan covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Bai Shuexin really acted out the words, "Reap what you sow," vividly today. This was a big enough commotion. It finally attracted Song Yu's attention. Song Yu turned around and waved his phone. He raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Remember to pay the bill?" Chapter 56. Song Yu came and went like the wind, leaving everyone with a cool back view. Wei Sui was stunned and looked at Qin Imo awkwardly. This banquet was to welcome Qin Imo. Now the banquet hadn't started yet, and Song Yu left in front of the protagonist without giving him any face. Anyone would feel embarrassed. He was puzzled. Did these two have any conflicts in a city? The smell of gunpowder was so strong as soon as they met. Qin Imo watched Song Yu leave quietly and smiled to himself. Facing Wei Sui's puzzled gaze, he didn't have any other expression and said lightly, "The third young master of the Song family is really unique." His tone was calm, but the meaning behind it was not friendly. Wei Sui sighed in his heart. The grudge between these two was probably formed. It was just that the Qin family and the Song family were not to be trifled with. He only hoped that these two ancestors would not bump into each other in the future. Although he was more biased towards Song Yu, he still smiled perfunctorily and chose to change the topic. "It's getting late. Everyone should go down first. Young Master Qin, many people are waiting to see you." Qin Imo returned to his gentle and polite appearance and smiled. "Okay." Song Yu went downstairs and didn't find Meng Guang at all. In the banquet hall, waiters came and went with wine. Under the gorgeous lights, men and women dressed in beautiful clothes and hair were bustling. He looked around and didn't find his cousin. However, he didn't want to stay here any longer. He sent a text message, "I'm leaving first," and walked out of Floating Light. The cool autumn night breeze blew away some of the irritation in his heart. Song Yu's expression was a little cold. He frowned and thought. He saw Qin Imo. He was a scumbag who liked to pretend to be very gentle. Did he cheat Xie Sui like this in his previous life? Then he could move back a little in this life. Song Yu called Xie Sui. "I'm out. Have you arrived?" He stood beside the fountain and stood straight. When Xie Sui received the call, he had just walked through the carved iron gates of the Floating Light Hotel. He looked up and saw Song Yu. The young man was handsome and elegant under the moonlight. He was so handsome that he was dazed for a moment. He looked cute in a suit too. Xie Sui threw the invitation into the trash can and smiled at the phone. "Yes, I'm here." "Where?" "Turn your head." Song Yu looked up and saw Xie Sui. Xie Sui smiled at him from beside the street lamp. She was handsome and gentle, and her figure was tall and straight. She cast a long shadow on the ground. The moment she saw him, the irritation in her heart dissipated. Song Yu smiled as well. He walked over, waved his phone, and asked a little obnoxiously, "Why do you want to see me so much today?" Xie Sui glanced at Floating Light and hid the coldness in her eyes. She lowered her head and smiled carelessly. "I'm probably possessed." "Song Yu? Question mark. What do you mean?" Song Yu looked at her with disdain. "You're too straightforward. Don't you know how to talk? In the future, when you ask your girlfriend out, you'll piss her off with a reason like this." Xie Sui held back her laughter. "Then what do you want to hear?" Song Yu pulled her hand and walked outside. "Accompany me to eat something first." Xie Sui. "Yes?" On the way out, Song Yu said, "It's not about what I want to hear. I don't mind. The point is what she wants to hear. You should say it." Xie Sui followed his advice. "What should I say?" Song Yu was probably bored out of his mind. He began to teach Xie Sui how to flirt with girls. "Just say that you miss her. It's simple. Do you need a reason to see someone you like?" Xie Sui stared into his eyes and chuckled, "But I'm afraid that he'll be angrier if I say that." When faced with something embarrassing, Song Yu would usually turn into anger. Song Yu clicked his tongue. "You're still angry? That's the standard answer, okay? She's so hard to please. Try asking her to drink more hot water." Xie Sui. They entered a restaurant. The waiter took note and asked, "Do you need anything to drink?" Before Song Yu could say anything, Sui had already said lightly, "Hot water, thank you." The waiter, "Okay." Song Yu, question mark. Of course, in the end, he still stopped the waiter and didn't go crazy to serve a pot of hot water. Song Yu's mind was in a mess. He wanted to tell Sui about China Mo, but he didn't know how to say it. He couldn't just say that she would be deceived by this person in the future and stay away from him. Only a ghost would believe that. After thinking about it, he decided to change his approach. "Do you know why I came out before the banquet started?" "Why?" "Because I met a very annoying person inside." Song Yu didn't say anything when he ate or slept at Grandmother Meng's house. He had been holding back for a long time. As he ate, he said lightly, "His name is China Mo. There's a high chance that he will transfer to Jing City No. 1 Middle School. You should avoid him when you see him in the future. He's extremely hypocritical. Although you can't see it on the surface, based on my many years of experience, I can tell that he's not a good person." When Song Yu said the two words, China Mo, Sui was stunned. Sui was taken aback. He lowered his eyes and looked down with a cold gaze. After listening to Song Yu's last words, he looked pensive. It was as if a vague truth was slowly emerging. Song Yu continued, "Don't believe what he says or does to you. This person is a scumbag. His gentleness is fake. Don't believe him, and don't do anything for him." Sui asked casually, "What do you want me to do for him?" Song Yu was angry when he said this. After a pause, he said, "Suffer from that idiot Wang Xi's anger for him." After saying this, Song Yu was also stunned. He lowered his head and ate. "Anyway, just stay away from him." Sui's smile froze. Her dark eyes were as cold as the night. Wang Xi. From China Mo to Wang Xi. After starting to pay attention to Song Yu, several puzzling points in her heart seemed to have an answer. The clues were pieced together bit by bit. Lin Shui 305, approach and protect, be deskmates, and instinctive dislike of Wang Xi and Olian. Sui looked at him deeply, smiled, and said softly, "Okay." He thought that he could confirm that idea tonight. His Yu really knew a lot of things, even things about the future. Song Yu didn't notice anything and continued, "Where are we going later?" Sui was thinking about something and said, "Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you." Song Yu was really bored out of her mind. He clicked on the group message. Their small 4-person group. It was flooded with Ma Xiaoting's messages. "Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. No one plays games with me. I'm going to die. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. Lonely internet cafe, lonely me. Can't you take care of this poor little girl? Enlightenment. Did you take the wrong medicine? Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. QWQ, I want to go to a dungeon but can't find anyone. Enlightenment. Supreme Wild Owl has a dungeon? Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. It's not Supreme Wild Owl. QWQ, are you coming? Enlightenment. No, I want to do my homework. Don't you want to chase after Jiang Chunian and plan to study hard? Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. QWQ, don't mention it. That book was actually written by her. My young man's heart was broken. I thought she was the kind of girl who only knew how to write romantic novels. QWQ. Enlightenment. Song Yu's mind moved. He looked up at Sui and said, "How about going to the internet cafe?" Sui hid all her thoughts and said, "Okay." Song Yu came up with whatever she wanted. He sent a message in the group. "Your husband, brother Yu. Sui and I will come. Address. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. The same place as last time. Brother Yu, are you serious? Think carefully. QWQ, otherwise, it seems like I've led you astray. QWQ. Your husband, brother Yu. So much nonsense. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. I'll wait for you on the 2nd floor of the small dark alley behind Linqing Street. Follow the direction of the brightest star." He sent it out in one breath. He didn't even stop typing. Song Yu, last time, it was a cloud that looked like a small elephant. This time, it was the brightest star. Ma Xiaoting's poetic and picturesque words were always so annoying. It wasn't too far from here to Linqing Street. It was just a 5-stop subway ride. Song Yu actually couldn't remember the location of the internet cafe very clearly. It was Sui who led him there. The alley was very dark. The lights in the corridor were also broken. Only the green indicator lights faintly illuminated the vague outline of the stairs. "Give me your hand," Xiesui said. It was inconvenient for Songyu to walk in the dark. He reached out his hand and let Xiesui lead him forward. Xiesui's hand was slender and a little cold. The touch of their palms made him feel slightly uncomfortable. The internet cafe was packed on a Saturday night. The boss was in front of the counter. He had a big belly and was eloquently promoting a game to a group of teenagers. Ma Xiaoting played for too long. Her eyes were tired. She came out to eat an apple and listen to his nonsense. Suddenly, she saw Songyu. He stopped halfway through the apple in his mouth. He jumped up excitedly and enthusiastically waved his hand to greet him. "Brother Yu, over here." Most of the people in the internet cafe were from number 1 high school. When they heard the words "Brother Yu," they subconsciously turned to look. Songyu felt that it was too hot. He took off his suit jacket and held it in his hands. He also untied his bow tie. His shirt was unbuttoned to the second button, revealing his collarbone. When he walked in, he was tall and handsome. The group of youngsters from number 1 middle school were dumbfounded. They had a new understanding of this school bully who only existed in legends and had never experienced a bloody storm. He was too damn handsome. And the person standing beside him, was he the rumored abstinent and aloof school hunk from number 1 high school? When the boss of the internet cafe saw Xiesui, his eyes lit up. It was as if he was greeting an acquaintance. "Hey, isn't this little Xie? Little Xie, long time no see." Xiesui smiled and said, "Boss Wang." Boss Wang sighed and said, "After you left, I haven't found an internet cafe manager who is more capable and knowledgeable about computers than you. Sigh, little Xie is in school and has no time. You can continue to work part-time here this summer. Help me check which computers have problems. I'll give you extra pay." Xiesui laughed and said, "I'm afraid I don't have time." Songyu knew that Xiesui had worked part-time here before. He didn't expect her to be an internet cafe manager. He didn't know why, but it was especially fun to imagine. He tilted his head and asked, "Is it fun to be an internet cafe manager?" Xiesui said, "It's okay." Boss Wang was not discouraged by Xiesui's rejection. He said cheerfully, "Did you bring your friends here to play this time? It's good that you brought your friends here. Before you go online, do you want to learn about a new client-side game?" Chapter 57. Recommending a new game. Songyu's interest was piqued. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Tell me about it." Anyway, he had nothing to do tonight. Seeing that he was so cooperative, the boss's eyes lit up. He picked up a sign from the table excitedly. "Have you played Immortal Path before? It's the online game that's been very popular recently. The game I recommend is the mobile version of Immortal Path. It's infinitely close to the original game. It's called Supreme Owl." Ma Xiaoting almost choked on his apple. He bragged about this game in front of Brother Yu every day. How could Brother Yu be fooled? "Boss, your Supreme Owl is just a mediocre mobile game. Don't try to cheat someone else's popular client-side game. It's embarrassing." Songyu looked up and sneered. "You're just bluffing, right? Why is it called Supreme Owl if it's a mobile game?" The boss coughed, but he was thick-skinned and didn't feel embarrassed. After accepting the advertisement, he still did his best to promote it. "Sigh, why are you so conflicted about the name? I'll bet with you. This game is really fun. Young men are all playing it. Supreme Owl still has newbie benefits. If you want to play, hurry up. The QR code is here. If you download it, you'll get a dragon-slaying saber, a peerless mount, and a god-tier equipment. 999 for one hit. 999 for one hit." Songyu was speechless. Songyu said, "Awesome." The boss could tell that Songyu, who was cold and tough, was not his target customer. "Little kid, if you're not interested, then move to the side." He turned his gaze to someone else, put up the sign again, and enthusiastically pulled Ma Xiaoting, who was eating an apple at the side, over. "You won't believe me even if I say these things. Let your peers tell you. Little Ma has been playing this recently. Come, tell them how fun this game is." The boss kept winking at him. Ma Xiaoting held the apple in his hand and stood in the middle of the crowd. He was at a loss. He didn't know how many times he had bought on credit here. He was also an old acquaintance of the boss of the internet cafe. He didn't want to embarrass him. He could only cough. Ah, yes, yes. It's quite fun. What the boss said is true. You can try it first. The girls inside are all very pretty. They're very pleasing to the eye. Song-yu stood to the side and scanned the phone. A download page popped up. It was one of those classic cliché web-based games. Messy people, messy graphics, evil and domineering names, and one hit of 999 would flash. The young men around them laughed and watched the show. They ate skewers, drank cola, and asked questions blindly. How pleasing to the eye is it? It's even more awesome than my Kuin. I thought it was a novel. Do you know Evil God Against the Heavens? Evil God Against the Heavens was updated today. The boss nodded furiously. It's especially pleasing to the eye. There's even a marriage system inside. A few days ago, when we were promoting it outside, many female students from number 1 middle school went offline. Most of the guys who play games are no longer single.
Wow.
The group of students became interested. Seeing that there was hope, the boss became even more enthusiastic. The design of this mobile game is very good. The character modeling is very detailed. Let's not talk about the background music. It's majestic and gives you a different fantasy world, especially the game interface after logging in. It's concise and very convenient. The planning team is really considerate. Song-yu lazily tapped on Young a few times and said, "It's quite convenient. Just press any button and the top-up page will pop up. They're too considerate. I'm just afraid that I can't find a place to top up." The boss. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Ma shouting silently hid and finished the apple in her hand. The boss could only laugh awkwardly. "Oh, look. This little kid is playing now. Ha 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 ha. This means that this game is really fun." He held up the sign. He was really worried about this advertisement. He continued, "The most important thing is that Evil God Against the Heavens is still holding an event. Whoever is the first to break 100 million will be given a phone and a grand prize of 500 yuan. It's a rare opportunity." Song-yu was checking the ranking list. Xie lowered her head and smiled. "Is it fun, little kid?" Song-yu looked up slowly. "It's quite fun." Yes, the boss's ears twitched. The light in his eyes hadn't lit up yet. He heard Song-yu say, "I've calculated. I'll go back and sell my house. First, I'll get a few tens of millions. I estimate that my combat strength will break 100 million. Although my dad will break my legs, I'll get a Nokia and 500 yuan. It's worth it. I have no regrets." The boss, who would help him chase this person out. Ha ha. The surrounding youths laughed so hard that they almost choked on their snacks. Brother Yu was indeed the man who became famous on the first high school's forum. After such a commotion, the sense of distance they felt when they saw Song-yu slowly dissipated. They felt that the school bully wasn't that unapproachable. The boss put down the sign and said to Song-yu earnestly, "Little kid, even if you don't play, don't mislead others." "Sorry." Song-yu was still very polite. He was just subconsciously complaining about this kind of shoddy game that cost a lot to make money quickly, but he was still confused. He said to the boss, "But I have a question. Why didn't I find the girl you mentioned on the World Channel? The person who added me was someone who bought porn." The boss. "This god of plague should hurry up and go in." The boss sat down expressionlessly. "Come, little kid. How many people do you have? There are still 9 computers available. Which one do you want?" Before Ma Shouting could say anything, a male student from First High School had already raised the skewers and warmly invited him. "Brother Yu, go to computer 31. Computer 32 is also empty. Leave it for the school hunk. We're all there. We can go together." Ma Shouting heard and echoed, "Yes, yes, yes. Brother Yu, play with me. I'm dying of anxiety." Song-yu glanced at him and agreed. Computers 31 and 32 were in the corner of the internet cafe. A group of first high school students happened to be in a circle. There were also cubicles and wooden doors blocking the way. They weren't afraid of disturbing others if they talked loudly. Xie sat at the innermost computer against the wall. After sitting together, Song-yu found out the names of the group of boys. They were all from First High School, Class 6, and Class 7. After they realized that Song-yu was easy to get along with, they weren't so afraid of Xie, who had always been cold and aloof. Godsia actually came to the internet cafe. Is the first place of the year so unique? Songyu put on his headphones. He thought that the first place of the year used to be an internet cafe manager. Then, he thought of Xie Sui's fierce fighting spirit and the corners of his mouth twitched. The first place of the year had a lot of side jobs. Xie Sui smiled. He said he wanted to come. The boys, oh, brother you is so fierce. He even called God Xie. Ma shouting excitedly clicked on the mouse. Brother you, hurry up and log in. Play with me in the Red Lotus Hell dungeon. Songyu looked at him indifferently. Who told you that I came to the internet cafe to play games? Ma shouting. ? The boy next to him couldn't believe it. Brother you, what are you doing here? You added that video seller just now. Are you planning to watch a video? Songyu. I came to the internet cafe to relax and watch the news broadcast. Everyone. Awesome. Ma shouting stared at him. He already knew that his brother Yu was good at both martial arts and literature. He was also good at gaming. It wasn't easy to find someone to accompany him. How could he let him go? However, he didn't dare to ask for help. He just clicked on the mouse pitifully. Songyu didn't know what to do in the first place. Coincidentally, Ma shouting sent him a message, so he came over. He was thinking about how to explain today's matter to his grandmother. He frowned and suddenly felt everyone's eyes on him. Songyu, don't look at me. I don't play this game. I don't have an account. The eyes of a boy with a buzz cut lit up. Brother you, I can help you borrow an account. You can play a dungeon with us. It didn't matter if they could clear the dungeon. What was important was that they wanted to play a game with the school bully. Songyu couldn't refuse the group of enthusiastic youths. He tilted his head and asked Xie Sui, have you played any games during your years as an internet cafe manager? Xie Sui smiled. I have, but I'm a little unfamiliar with it. Songyu, it's okay. Everyone ate together. He tilted his head and said to the guy with the buzz cut, let's borrow 2 accounts. The guy with the buzz cut was so happy that his voice went up a notch. Okay. Ma shouting gave him a thumbs up. This game was Immortal Path, which had just been scammed by Supreme Owl. It was a very traditional MMORPG. There were 6 sects and 6 professions: swordsman, mage, beast tamer, thief, archer, and immortal doctor. After all, it was a popular game. The graphics were very good. The moment they entered, they were like immortal cranes flying for thousands of miles. The tips of their wings brushed across the vast mist. The mountains and rivers were picturesque. The guy with the buzz cut asked, Brother you, there are 2 accounts. One is a swordsman, which is a melee fighter. The other is an immortal doctor, a healer. Between you and God Xie, who will choose? Songyu couldn't refuse their kindness. He was pulled over by them and said, let's play as a healer. The guy with the buzz cut. Okay, I'll send you the account password. Songyu had played this game before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. After logging in, he found that it was a beautiful little loli. She had 2 long chestnut braids and was wearing a light green dress. She was holding a small lantern in her hand. She could fly with a little control. When she flew, there was a circle of light under her feet. Her profession was an immortal doctor. Her name was also very cute. It was called Can I Kiss You? TSK, Songyu controlled the little immortal doctor to fly around. After entering, the guy with the buzz cut sent the coordinates. After teleporting over, when he arrived at the NPC who issued the quest, Songyu learned that this was a limited-time multiplayer dungeon during the event period. The minimum requirement was 15 people. They could farm it multiple times, and there was a possibility of dropping top-grade equipment and materials. Players flocked to it. There were 7 of them. After matching for a while, they finally gathered 15 people. Ma shouting was playing as a beast tamer. She said confidently, Brother you don't have to treat yourself as a healer. Just stand behind me. I'll protect you. Songyu was familiarizing himself with the skills of the little immortal doctor. In fact, a healer was more or less the same as a healer. However, the owner of this account focused on a skill called Hand of Holding. It locked onto a teammate and fought side by side to strengthen each other's defense. In short, one's hands were loose and their eyes were closed. The background of the Red Lotus Hell was also gloomy. There was the River of Forgetfulness, the bridge of helplessness, and a strange field of red spider lilies. Where are you? They arrived at the location. Song Yu asked the person beside him. Xiesui smiled. Behind you. Song Yu controlled the little immortal doctor to turn around and saw the swordsman by the river of forgetfulness. He was a particularly handsome young man in white. His hair was tied up high, and he held the cold star sword in his hand. He looked fierce and cold. However, what Song Yu noticed was the name of the swordsman. Let's clear the monsters first. The little green loli stood in front of the swordsman. She looked at her name and then looked at the other person's name. Can I kiss you? Let's clear the monsters first. Song Yu. Fuck. Why is it a little strange? He took off his headphones, turned around, and knocked on the guy with the buzz cut. Are these two couple accounts? The guy with the buzz cut was engrossed in the game. Yes. My brother's account and his girlfriend. Song Yu. Xiesui chuckled. It's okay. It's not very obvious. Song Yu. No, I still want to stay away from you. Chapter 58. Song Yu came to the internet cafe on the spur of the moment, and his mind was not on the game. The scenery inside was realistic and exquisite, and it was very shocking. He controlled the little loli to walk around. On the way along the river of forgetfulness, some small monsters and small bosses would appear. The health of the monsters in the dungeon was not high, so they could just kill them casually. However, they were still quite dissatisfied with the little lowly doctor's behavior. Team, shimmering glass lamp. Fairy doctor, team, bloodthirsty crazy master. Healer, don't run around. You don't need to do anything. Just follow me. I'm convinced. After failing so many times, I always meet this kind of person. Ma Shouting said. Wow, brother you and the others are talking about you. Song Yu. I'm not blind. Ma Shouting remembered the idea that Song Yu gave him last time. He suggested, do you want to act cute for them? Song Yu glanced at him. I thought you would make me spit. Ma Shouting. Don't. You look so cute in the game, and your name is so cute. Song Yu ignored him. He put a period in the team chat to indicate that he had received the suggestion. Then, he followed the team. Although he came here to slack off, he did not want to be too lazy. As they went deeper into the map, they finally arrived at the boss cave. Ma Shouting said, when the boss uses her skills, there will be a formation on the ground. Brother you, pay attention to your positioning. Also, be careful of her small monsters. This is the most disgusting thing about the Red Lotus dungeon. If you get touched by their vines, you will be controlled and your cooldown will be slowed by 1 round. The boss of the dungeon emerged from the lava. Her upper body was human and her lower body was snake. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was ferocious. Below her, a bunch of Red Lotus small monsters were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Although it was a temporary team, each of them had their own commander. On their side, they relied on Ma Shouting. In order to stay away from Xiesui, Song Yu did not expose the identity of the two accounts. Hand in hand, locked onto another blade master, who was not in the same group as them. However, he had to admit that this person's mechanics were terrible to the point of burning his eyes. His equipment was clearly not bad, but he couldn't deal any damage at all. His positioning was terrible, and his skill AoE wasn't good either. From time to time, he would be crowd-controlled. The speed at which his HP was being depleted was even faster than the speed at which he could heal a single player. Thus, he began to curse in exasperation. Team, Soaring Dragon World. You've got me? Are you sleepwalking? His hand was broken? Do you know any skills? Team, Soaring Dragon World. Get lost. Don't follow me. You piece of trash. In front of the couple, the person who had a problem with Song Yu spoke up. Team, Bloodthirsty Wild Master. What do you expect from a girl? Ma Shouting couldn't take it anymore, so she switched her voice to text. Team, Sadako on the hazelnut tree. Who's trash? Don't you know how to read the guide? For a swordsman to be able to play like this, it's amazing. Team, Soaring Dragon's World. Why don't you take a look at the idiot girls you brought? A brainless thing that only knows how to whimper? Song Yu's lips twitched, and he raised his eyebrows. He unbound this idiot, and the little lowly in green in the game flew to the swordsman in white with a lamp. After the Hand of Holding skill evolved, he used it again. The little loli sat on his shoulder, and there was a clear line of words above her head. Can I kiss you? Xiesui smiled. What happened to staying away? Team, let's clear monsters first. You're back? Songyu was labeled as someone who only knew how to whimper, so he didn't refuse and typed indifferently. Team, can I kiss you? He's so fierce, I'm so scared. She had the thought of disgusting that noob. Team, can I kiss you? Sob sob sob. He's noob and loves to play QAQ, the group from number 1 middle school. Team, Soaring Dragon World Frowny Face Team. Can I kiss you? His HP is dropping so fast. As long as it's a skill that will drop HP, he will receive it. I'm too busy to deal with it. Team, can I kiss you? Is it my problem? Fingers crossed. Team, let's clear the monsters first. No, it's his noob. Soaring Dragon World wanted to curse, but soon, the boss's 8th life was taken and she began to go berserk. The damage from the array exploded, and he was too busy to deal with it. They also had a fairy doctor on their side. Her main skill was group healing, but this fairy doctor's positioning wasn't good. She was often entangled by small monsters and went into cooldown. This made the group really understand what a health bar disappearing skill was. Ma Shouting saw that the 8 of them were almost wiped out. She was very happy, but she was also very worried. Fuck. Is it over? The boss still has an ultimate skill that hasn't been used yet. When her tail swings out of the lava, it will be magnified. Songyu, it's still early. Following Xiesui was much better than following that noob. This couple's level was high, their equipment was good, and their damage was explosive. He felt that Xiesui had a bunch of messy part-time jobs. Otherwise, why was she so good at playing games? In such a trap-filled dungeon, she didn't fall for any of the traps. She even predicted the time of the boss's big move. The white-clothed swordsman crossed the blood rain and cut off the tail. The boss roared, and her health bar emptied. Huge red words appeared and then sank into the lava. She dropped a lot of exquisite equipment. Ma Shouting was almost hitting the keyboard. Fuck. Godxia is indeed not human. Bloodthirsty Wilder Master and Soaring Dragon World chose to remain silent. One of the girls in the team spoke. Team, Qing Luo Man, so powerful. Team, Qing Luo Man, Brother Swordsman QWQ, can you give me your friend list? Team, Zhezhenzi on the hazelnut tree. Question mark. I didn't see the couple's name. Team, Qing Luo Man. Huh. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I just want to add you as a friend. I want you to carry me. The fairy doctor sister won't suggest it, right? Ma Shouting, wow. Godxia, why is your luck so good everywhere you go? Songyu was actually exclaiming about the same thing. Was this what it meant to be a heartthrob? Someone blindly said, wow, brother you. She's coveting your boyfriend. Songyu. Xiesui chuckled at the side. Team, let's clear the monsters first. I won't suggest it, but she's hard to coax. Team, Qing Luo Man. Ah? Is the fairy doctor sister so petty? Team, Qing Luo Man. QAQ I was rejected. I'm hurt. Hug me. Songyu's lips twitched. Sister, you're a bit too much. There was hugging in the game, but it was only limited to friends. To put it bluntly, she still had to add the person first. Team, Qing Luo Man. Hug me? Just for a moment. Songyu thought about it. If this was the owner of the account, how annoying would it be? She was acting cute in front of his girlfriend. Team, the next high school hunk. I give up. They're a match made in heaven. Why are you acting crazy here? Team, Junzi on the hazelnut tree. Who doesn't know how to act cute? Team, Junzi on the hazelnut tree. QWQ, can you hug me? After a group of people joined in the game. Team, let's clear the monsters first. No, baby is going to be angry. Songyu pretended to be a cute girl. He couldn't stop laughing and continued acting according to the script. Team, can I kiss you? Humph. Team, can I kiss you? You can't hug them. You can only hug me. Team, let's clear the monsters first. Come into my arms first. Songyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Did they act too much? The group of people in the team who were as quiet as chickens felt that they had eaten a bunch of dog food. Team, let the heavens arrange. I'm just playing a game. Why do I have to suffer this kind of torture? Team Kiss, burp, I'm full. Ma shouting couldn't stop laughing. When she was about to type, the whole internet cafe suddenly fell into darkness. The computer screen was black, and the lights went out. There were sounds coming from all directions in the internet cafe, and people were cursing. Fuck. My pentakill. What's going on? Why is there a sudden blackout? The boss comforted them and said, recently, Lynching Street has been renovated. The construction team might have cut the cable. I'll go and ask. Someone asked loudly, how long will it take? Boss, it'll take 1 or 2 hours to fix it, but it might also be a trip. I'll go and take a look first. Everyone, calm down. The group of teenagers in the internet cafe on Saturday night mostly stayed up all night. Moreover, it wasn't even 10 o'clock yet, so they sat down quietly and played with their phones. Ma shouting turned on the flashlight on her phone and was speechless. I was just about to scold that green grass. The buzzcut guy turned his chair around. Green grass? She's called Qingluo Man, right? Ma shouting. That's about right. Ma shouting suddenly turned the flashlight on her phone and put it under her chin. The light shone on her whole face, and she dragged her voice and turned into a ghost. Are you scared? The buzzcut guy was speechless. Who can you scare? Ma shouting. Aya. The blackout is so boring. Everyone, turn around. Let's gather and tell ghost stories. I used to be the king of stories in our class. If I can't scare you guys, my surname isn't Ma. Song Yu was not afraid of anything other than heights and dogs. He scoffed at Ma Xiaoting's suggestion. His disdainful tone was especially clear in the darkness. Ma Xiaoting felt offended. Whoa, she wanted to fight back. Brother Yu, come on. I'll tell you a story. Song Yu laughed carelessly. Okay. They turned their chairs around. This place was in the corner. The siesui was against the wall, and there was a window above the wall. Several flashlights were gathered together and cast a few long shadows on the wall. Ma Shouting said strangely, did you know that people have died in this internet cafe on Lynching Street? There were quite a lot of sudden deaths. One of them was very strange. She was young and under a lot of pressure, so she went to the internet cafe to commit suicide. I heard that she was a very gloomy girl. On the second day of her death, the owner of the internet cafe came in and found her lying on the table with her hair disheveled. He touched her and found that she was no longer breathing, but her eyes were still open. They were greenish-gray, and her pupils had shrunk to a point. The owner of the internet cafe felt that it was bad luck, so he called someone to exorcise the evil spirit. In the end, an old Taoist came in and was scared away. He said that the girl's resentment had not dissipated before she died. She turned into an evil spirit and lived here. Her eyes were evil. If you see her in the middle of the night, don't disturb her and don't make a sound. If you let her see you, you're finished. Her eyes are a curse because she will follow you for the rest of your life. She will follow you out of the internet cafe and into your house. No matter what you do, she will watch you from the side until she kills you. Brother Yu. Ma Shouting suddenly leaned over mysteriously and asked, it seems that the computer she used to commit suicide is here with you. He suddenly raised his voice. Song Yu stared at him. Ma Shouting felt awkward for a while and continued to ask, sitting in this position, do you feel that your shoulders are much heavier? Song Yu's gaze was indifferent and he sneered. It's okay. Ma Shouting. The buzzcut guy touched his arm. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. You're giving me goosebumps. Ma Shouting was originally in high spirits, but in the end, Song Yu's sneer shattered his self-esteem into smithereens. Was it really not scary at all? He almost scared himself to death. Brother Yu was not human. Ma Shouting was stunned. Let's change the topic. The buzzcut guy nodded in agreement and looked at Xiesui excitedly. Actually, I wanted to talk about the game just now. Godsia, I have a lot of questions to ask you. He sat up straight. How did you get first place in the grade and play games so well? Xiesui smiled and said, talent? Song Yu remembered that Xiesui's answer was the same when he asked him why he could jump out of the window so easily. He complained, why is everything a talent? Can't you change the word? Instinct? Xie Sui looked at him and said very naturally, okay, it's instinct. The buzzcut guy's eyes continued to shine. God Xie's operation is so strong. He must be a big shot. He should be on the leaderboard. What's his name? Xie Sui. I forgot. The buzzcut guy. How can you forget? Ma Shouting said unhappily, if we're talking about games, shouldn't we be talking about those idiots in the queue? They actually dared to talk about our brother Yu. They must be tired of living. A boy said, ha ha ha, brother Yu is really good at pretending to be cute. His cooperation with God Xie is flawless. They look like a loving couple. They'll piss off those single dogs. The buzz-cut guy heard them talking about this and said with a smile, this loving relationship is obvious. The game IDs are all couple names. Hey, what's their name again? Song Yu also forgot when he mentioned it. He tilted his head and asked, what's their name again? Xie Sui laughed. I forgot too. Think about it. Song Yu frowned and tried to recall. Ma Shouting said, that flying dragon, player, he's not as good as a healer. What's he playing? I curse him to have nightmares tonight. He'll dream of the female ghost I mentioned. She lives in the cracks of the wall and stands beside him every night to watch him sleep. The people next to him laughed. Little Ma, I didn't know you were so narrow-minded. But Song Yu didn't really listen to their conversation. Song Yu remembered that it seemed to be a very embarrassing name. Did it have the word kiss or dear in it? He was also influenced by Ma Shoutings, hug me. In the end, he vaguely remembered it. He raised his head in the darkness, his eyes as bright as the stars. He suddenly realized and said, can I kiss you? In the darkness, they were closest to each other. The young man's voice was clear. He deliberately lowered his voice when he said these words. It was like a whisper that tickled people's hearts. Xie Sui's usually calm and precise brain stopped for a moment. After understanding what he meant, he couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. It was low and magnetic, teasing people's hearts. He pursed his lips and leaned over. In the same low voice, he teased and said casually, no, you'd better go kill the monsters. His peach blossom eyes curved into a beautiful arc. His smile was casual and frivolous. Song Yu. Beside them, Ma Shouting was boasting. He dreamed of a female ghost. She stood by his bed and looked at him with her green-gray eyes. She shrunk into a dot and looked at him greedily and evilly. Halfway through his sentence, he glanced at the line and was stunned. On the 1-meter-tall wooden door of the cubicle, there were two eyes that didn't belong to humans. They were green-gray, and their pupils were the size of dots. They were looking at him. In the internet cafe where there was a blackout, it was especially eerie and cold. Fuck. Ma Shouting's brain exploded. His roar almost pierced people's eardrums. The already eerie atmosphere suddenly ignited. Ma Shouting's roar outlined everyone's fear. What's that? It can't be that woman, right? Everyone panicked and subconsciously leaned back. When they looked up and saw the pair of eyes, they instantly went, like a tide. Especially when the dark creature with the reflective eyes pounced over, they screamed again and again. Someone's chair was tripped, and the group fell into a ball. Ma Shouting retreated step by step. When he leaned back, Song Yu's chair shook. Song Yu, who was still depressed, was pushed forward by a force from his back. With this push, he tilted his head and felt something warm on his lips. For a moment, his heart stopped. The two of them were very close to each other. Xie Sui was whispering in his ear just now. Such a kiss in the dark and noisy place caught him off guard. Xie Sui was stunned. He felt the touch on his lips and smelled the faint scent of mint. Song Yu! Exclamation point. Fuck. What the hell? Xie Sui asked him to clear the monsters, but he flew into a rage out of humiliation and forced himself on her. Song Yu hurriedly pushed Xie Sui's shoulder and wanted to leave, but the shrill cry of a cat came from behind. It seemed to be jumping over here. Xie Sui's smile did not fade, but her eyes darkened. She reached out and hugged Song Yu's waist, dodged the cat that broke in, and firmly held him in her arms. At the same time, her tongue accidentally knocked open the young man's slightly open teeth because of his surprise and deepened the kiss. The tip of her tongue lightly brushed the sensitive roof of his mouth. A strong sense of oppression spread to his limbs, making his brain dizzy. Song Yu was dumbfounded. The back of his head was pressed by Xie Sui. As if to avoid the cat, Xie Sui hugged him very tightly. The strength of her grip on his waist was very strong and suffocating. Meow. The cat landed on the ground and meowed again. Everyone finally recovered from the panic. Ma Shouting wiped his sweat. So it's just a cat. Fuck, I was scared to death. Song Yu suddenly sobered up and pushed him away. His ears were burning. Xie Sui licked her lower lip with a dangerous expression. But in the dark, Song Yu could not see her expression. She sounded helpless and surprised. She smiled and said, I didn't let you kiss me, so you really kissed me in a fit of pique? Song Yu, tonight, I'll kill Ma Shouting. That's not right. Song Yu. Just now, you. Xie Sui seemed to be amused. She laughed and said in a playful tone, Actually, I was lying to you. I can kiss you anywhere you want. Sure enough, it was mint-flavored. Perhaps this was what it meant to have good luck with women. Chapter 59. Song Yu was exasperated. No, I mean just now why? His brain was stuck. Why what? Why did he stick his tongue in? Fuck. How could he ask that? He was in the dark, unable to vent his inner panic. He held his breath and almost died of anger. Xie Sui was very close to him and could clearly feel Song Yu's erratic breathing. The air was slightly warm. She didn't need to guess to know that he was blushing. In the dark, the young man's eyes were round and shockingly bright. They were full of annoyance and anger. Xie Sui smiled and asked, Why what? Song Yu, who usually dissed countless people, was tongue-tied at this moment. He stuttered for a long time and couldn't find the words to express himself. Before he died of depression, he smashed the can. Thinking that they couldn't see each other because of the power outage, he asked, No, why did you, tongue? Why did you do that? In fact, his mind was in a mess and he didn't know what he wanted to say. Xie Sui was addicted to teasing him. She changed the topic and smiled. Did you eat a mint? Song Yu's chaotic thoughts were interrupted. Huh. Xie Sui said lightly, It's strangely sweet. Song Yu, fuck. He felt that his ears must be red now. Fuck. Meow. The cat broke free from Ma Shouting's hand and jumped onto Song Yu's lap. Yang was proud, but before it could stand firm, it felt a murderous intent and froze. It's you, right? Song Yu found a punching bag. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the cat's body, and fiercely kissed it. What a stupid cat. It was running around in the middle of the night. Meow. The cat's miserable cry was heard in the internet cafe. At this moment, everyone felt a light above their heads. The internet cafe had a power supply. Fuck. It's fixed? The boss walked in cursing. It's either the construction team's fault or the circuit tripped. Everyone in the internet cafe cheered. That's great. I was afraid of missing the ranking time. Hurry up, hurry up. At the corner of the internet cafe, Ma Shouting's group of people, who had been frightened by the cat, fell silent for a moment after the call. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It was either you pressing down on me, or I was hugging you. Chairs were overturned, keyboards were dropped, and the scene was very awkward. Ma Shouting was the main culprit, and she was soon beaten up. Everyone typed on their keyboards angrily. What the fuck are you shouting for? You scared me to death. Ma Shouting held his head and admitted that he was in the wrong. He could only change the topic. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Go and hit that cat. It deserves to be hit. Only then did everyone remember to look for that damned cat. They angrily put away their keyboards and looked around. Then, they noticed Song Yu and Xie Sui. Then, they were all stunned. Were they blind? The cat was in Brother Yu's hands, being tortured by the devil's claws, crying out in pain. Brother Yu lowered his head. His ears were obviously red, and he gritted his teeth. Everyone was used to seeing his sloppy and arrogant look. This was the first time they saw him like this. They were all stunned. What the hell? What was wrong with Brother Yu? Was he shy? Compared to him, Xie Sui was much calmer. She put one hand on the table, her eyes curved, and her smile was happy. Everyone vaguely felt that something was strange. Brother Yu and God Xie. Why was there something strange between them? Ma Xiaoting was the first to go up. He squatted in front of Song Yu and looked up in surprise. Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Is it hot? Oh my God, Brother Yu. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Are you sick? Song Yu threw the cat in his hand at his face. Shut up. Ba ba ba. Ma Xiaoting's mouth was stuffed with cat fur. Then, the cat sat on the ground. He was confused and even more confused. Everyone was frightened by Song Yu's angry voice and silently shut up. After all, the school tyrant battle at Book Mountain House was broadcasted live on the forum. He dragged Gao Feng to the edge of the top floor and said hi. Brother Yu was ruthless. They couldn't afford to offend him. Song Yu put on his headphones and turned the music to the maximum. He didn't want to look at Xie Sui, nor did he want to pay attention to the people around him. He clicked on the computer randomly. He turned on a software and turned it off. He turned it on and turned it off again. He had no purpose. His mind was in a mess. It was full of what happened in the dark. The strong hand around his waist, the tongue that licked his mouth, the ambiguous breath, and the low laughter in his ear. Song Yu subconsciously took out a mint candy. He wanted to calm down, but before he tore the candy wrapper, he remembered Xie Sui's words. It's so sweet. He cursed and put the candy aside. This was the first time he had been kissed in his life. Song Yu felt that he had to take a long time to calm down. In fact, the shame and anger were secondary. What made him depressed was the confusion in his heart. There was even a moment when he made a messy assumption. What if he didn't kiss Xie Sui in the dark, but someone else by mistake? How would he react? Oh, the assumption didn't work. That person wouldn't stick out their tongue. Fuck. He was irritated, but his face was calm. His fair face was cold and delicate, and his light-colored pupils hid a beam of fire. He looked at the screen with a cold expression as if he was going to eat the computer in the next second. The group of people beside him trembled. They didn't even dare to hit the keyboard hard. Brother Yu was really a mysterious person. The monthly exam was like a crematorium. They were the unlucky ones when they were shy. Xie Sui chuckled at the side. If he really wanted to figure out a person's mind, it was very simple. Moreover, Song Yu was the person he liked. They spent a lot of time together, so he knew him like the back of his hand. He didn't choose to attack him at this time. Xie Sui leaned back in her chair, retracted her gaze, and began to play with her phone. Song Yu didn't look sideways, forcing himself to treat Xie Sui as heir. He was very angry. How could he not be angry? Fuck, it was his first kiss. He tensed up and felt that Xie Sui's oppressive gaze had disappeared. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and his entire body relaxed. Beep, beep, beep. The QQ message on the computer rang. Song Yu clicked on it, and a familiar conversation window popped up. Xie Sui, are you angry? Song Yu, hold it in. He held his breath and restrained himself from tilting his head to look at Xie Sui. He put the mouse on the X and stopped. That's not right. Wouldn't his shyness make it seem like he cared too much about this matter? He was like a young boy who had never seen the world and valued his first kiss more than anything else. He had to be steady. Brother Yu, who had seen the world, replied calmly. Your hubby, Brother Yu. No, what's there to be angry about? Xie Sui smiled but didn't expose Song Yu's pretense. Xie Sui, are you curious? Your hubby, Brother Yu? What are you curious about? Xie Sui, why did I kiss you? Your hubby, Brother Yu. Oh, this was an accident. It's the cat's fault. I'll take responsibility for you and beat it up. Xie Sui, do you really believe it was an accident? Song Yu froze. The cold expression he tried to maintain shattered, and his eyes were dazed under his long eyelashes. Accident? It was okay to kiss by accident, but what happened after that wasn't an accident. He wasn't straight. That kind of ambiguity shouldn't appear between him and Xie Sui. He felt that his typing hand was not as strong as he wished, and he felt so weak that he was panicking. Your hubby, Brother Yu. If it wasn't an accident, then what was it? The two of them sat next to each other, but neither of them looked at the other. They communicated in another way. Xie Sui smiled, and a trace of gentleness flashed across her eyes. Xie Sui. Instinct. Song Yu blinked in confusion. He typed a question mark. Your hubby, Brother Yu? Xie Sui, I want to kiss you. Siesui, or rather, I like you. Siesui, it's instinct. Dong. Song Yu took off his headphones and turned his head abruptly. His eyes widened, and he was so scared that he forgot all his emotions. Siesui also put away her phone slowly, looked up at him, and winked with a smile. She was calm and collected, as if she had just told him a very small secret. In the cramped internet cafe and the noisy environment, Song Yu's mind went blank. This time, he couldn't classify like as liking a certain kind of weather or smell. Touching skin to skin was the kind of love between lovers. What was this? It was the first time in his life that someone had confessed to him so seriously. And it was from Siesui, his best friend in the world. Song Yu looked at Siesui in a daze. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Siesui had already stood up and pressed her hand on the young man's soft lips, stopping him from speaking. Even though his dark eyes were gentle and smiling, his aura didn't diminish at all. He said in a hoarse voice, "It's just my instinct. You don't have to give me an answer." Exclamation point. What kind of bullshit logic is this? Song Yu couldn't wait to bite his hand. He stepped back a little. The information he received was too explosive, and it overturned his understanding. His brain was in a mess, and his eyes were confused and unfocused. Siesui dared to say it so early because she wasn't afraid of scaring Song Yu away. He smiled, and a deep meaning flashed across his eyes. "You know about the future, right? You came to my side because you feel sorry for me? Then, feel sorry for me a little more, Yu." Song Yu was flustered and said with difficulty, "No, how can you like me?" Siesui said simply, "Isn't it normal to like someone who treats you well?" Song Yu. Fuck. It was as if he had been enlightened in an instant. Song Yu couldn't say anything, and his whole body stiffened. Isn't it normal to like someone who treats you well? That's right. How could he forget? The memories of the original novel flooded him. Didn't Chinamo enter his heart because he treated Siesui well? Did he give him salvation in the darkness? Did he become the only light in his chaotic life? But in the original novel, Siesui only treated Chinamo as her best friend. How could she like him? Friendship changed to love. Could it be that he was too good to Siesui? Fuck. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Song Yu was distraught, but his intuition told him that he definitely didn't like her. Looking at Siesui's clear and gentle eyes for a long time, he scratched his head and stammered. "No, think about it carefully. Are you mistaken? You don't like him. Liking someone just because he treats you well is too rash. Do you want to go back and think about it carefully? Maybe it's gratitude. Friendship is definitely more than love." Siesui was slightly stunned, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Song Yu seemed to have hit a certain point. He smiled. "Is that so? That's right. You've suffered too much as a child, and you're so devoted to someone who's gentle and kind." Song Yu didn't know how to explain the change in his mood. In short, it was very complicated. He felt that he had led the child astray, and now he was trying to correct his thinking. Because he understood Siesui in the novel, he knew that his life before high school was like an abyss. So when he came to his side, he felt a sense of mission. Since she was so flustered by kindness for the first time, it was reasonable for Siesui to fall in love with someone who treated her well. She was ignorant. She liked someone who treated her well. Siesui knew her limits. She planted a seed in Song Yu's heart and left if she pushed him too far. She observed Song Yu's expression. After being stunned, she smiled hesitantly and said, "Then I'll think about it." Song Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Siesui smiled again and said, "If you alienate me just because I like you, then I still don't like you." The stone in Song Yu's heart finally fell. Damn, it scared him to death. As expected, Siesui couldn't tell the difference. But this night, this kiss, this like, was destined to make him lose sleep for a long time. He even felt confused and regretful. Song Yu said again, "Don't say such misunderstood words next time." It made his heart beat wildly all night. Siesui said meaningfully, "Okay." Turning back to face the screen, Song Yu could finally concentrate on playing a few games. When he finished playing, he found that Mingguang had sent him a message. "You left so suddenly? What should I say if Grandma asks? Cousin, you're not being kind. And you left before the main character appeared. You'll definitely be scolded when you go back. Song Yu thought about his miserable appearance when Grandma nagged at him. The corner of his lips twitched. When he went out today, his grandma thought that he and Chinamo were of similar family background and age and could be friends. Friends, my ass. Enemies. It was already good enough that they didn't fight at the school gate. Although it was not kind, Song Yu still wanted to wait for his grandma's anger to subside before going back. After all, it was really impolite of him to give Chinamo face like this. It's okay. Just say that I suddenly remembered that I forgot to do a paper and went back to school at the last minute. I won't go home tonight. Studying was the most important thing. Meng Guang sent a long string of ellipses. What kind of excuse is this? You're letting me face the elderly alone like this? Song Yu flattered him guiltily. Cousin, it's been hard on you. Handsome people always have a lot of responsibilities. He turned off his phone and looked at the time in the lower right corner of his computer. It was almost 11:30. Ma Shouting had been scolded repeatedly by his father. He was just short of carrying a knife and going online to find him. He lied guiltily and denied it. He said that he hurriedly turned off his computer on the way home and only said goodbye to Song Yu before running away. The others also left one after another. Brother Yu, see you on Monday. Song Yu and Xie Sui were the last to go out together. Xie Sui stood under the street lamp and asked, Are you waiting for someone to pick you up? After the incident, he was calm and collected, as if nothing had happened at all. Song Yu secretly despised himself. He was indeed inexperienced. He shook his head and said, No, I'll go back to school to sleep for the night. Xie Sui nodded. The two of them parted at the intersection. Song Yu was blown away by the cool breeze, which dissipated some of the heat. He took out his phone and chose to call Song Waining. His sister had dated countless boyfriends. He only dared to ask her about love affairs in the whole family. The call was quickly connected. Song Waining's voice was light and cheerful. What a rare guest. Is there anything good that you're calling me? Your teacher finally found out that he made a mistake in your monthly test paper and added an extra 0 to your score? Song Yu rolled his eyes. He was not in the mood to chat with him. He said to the phone, I want to ask you something. Song Waining laughed. TSK, you have something on your mind at such a young age? I'm going to bed before 12 o'clock. If you have something to say, you'd better hurry up and finish it. Song Yu's tone was solemn. Listen to me. Okay, I have a friend. But before he could finish, Song Waining couldn't help but burst out laughing. Song Yu was very angry. Can you show some respect? I'm talking to you about my friend. Okay. I'm very curious about what happened to your friend. Song Yu said lightly, he recently encountered a relationship problem. He asked me, but I don't know much about it. I wanted to ask you. He pitted a classmate in his class who had been bullied. That classmate was really miserable. He had been alone since he was a child. No one was kind to him. He lived a lonely life. My friend couldn't bear it, so he approached him and was very good to him. Then things happened. That classmate confessed to my friend today and said that he liked her. But from what he said and how he behaved, it didn't seem like he liked her. My friend thought that he valued kindness too much and misunderstood the boundary between friendship and love. He was very confused for a while. Song Waining listened with a smile. So what do you want to ask? Ask her if she likes you or not. Song Yu corrected him coldly. My friend. Song Waining, oh, your friend? Ask her if she likes your friend or not. Song Yu. No, I want to ask, how can my friend help him correct this misunderstanding? Song Waining didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of nonsense is this? Correct a misunderstanding? If your friend doesn't like her, then don't leave her hanging. Just reject her directly. If they can't be friends, then break up, lest she falls deeper and deeper. Song Yu. You can't say that. At least have some feelings. Song Waining. Yo, the classic scumbag is here to speak. Song Yu's mouth twitched. He didn't want to wear the label of scumbag, okay? Moreover, he felt that Xie Sui's attitude didn't seem like someone who would fall deeper and deeper into danger. Just now, he acted naturally as if nothing had happened. It was as if the person who confessed in the internet cafe was a ghost. It was just a dream. The more he thought about it, the more tangled he felt. He was the one who fell deeper and deeper, okay? Song whinnying. First of all, I don't have any concept of family status, and I don't reject puppy love, but you have to be careful when you find a girlfriend. After all, the threshold of the Song family is a little high. I'm afraid that she will feel uncomfortable and you will regret it. Song Yu. What does this have to do with me finding a girlfriend? I already said that she's my friend. Song whinnying couldn't be bothered to expose him. Not your girlfriend? Then boyfriend? TSK, that's another difficult thing. Think about how to come out of the closet. Song Yu. I don't think I can talk to you anymore. Song whinnying couldn't stop laughing. Finally, after laughing enough, a gentle and smiling voice came through the phone. Her confession made you so upset that you even called me. This means that you're actually not very calm. Friendship and love. Is it so important whether or not it's out of kindness? If you like someone, then you like them. If you like them, then you should be together. Song Yu. Actually, my friend's situation is very complicated. Song whinnying. I think your friend is a troublemaker. Song Yu. It wasn't easy for them to maintain this brother-sister relationship until now. Song whinnying. First of all, being good to a person because they're miserable is a very strange premise. How good is it to make someone fall in love with you? What kind of compassion would lead to such a level of kindness? To be meticulous in everything? To accompany each other day and night? Baby, why don't I know that you're so gentle? Song Yu. It's not just that. You're so good that you transferred schools and came to this city for him. Song whinnying. Instead of thinking about that classmate's love, is it more important to be grateful? Why don't you think about how good your friend is to her? Whether it's sympathy or not, it's actually only a minority. Sympathy was actually only a minority. He was slightly stunned. He felt that something that he had been unwilling to think about flashed through his mind. He went straight to Jing City as soon as he transmigrated. Was it really because he read about Xie Sui's life in the book that he was so persistent? But he didn't know Xie Sui before. He was upset. Song Yu said seriously to the phone, "Forget it. My friend thinks it's too troublesome. I don't want to think about it anymore. Goodbye." Song whinnying complained, "Your friend is not only a troublemaker, but also impatient. His classmate must be here for his money." Chapter 60. Song Yu. Song Yu. Not everyone is as shallow as you, who only cares about money, okay? Song whinnying sneered. As the only daughter of the Song family and the top socialite in a city, the thing she disdained the most was money, okay? Okay, okay, okay. Song whinnying replied perfunctorily without sincerity. I'm shallow. I wish your pure love a happy ending soon. Since you're so good, bring her home for mom and dad to see. The last sentence was simply a provocation. If he brought her home, his legs would probably be broken. No, why would he bring Xie Sui home for the new year? Song Yu. Why are you so talkative? I'm hanging up. He must have been crazy to think of saying such things to Song whinnying. Song Yu returned to the apartment alone. After taking a shower, he went to bed. His head sank into the soft pillow. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. He scratched his head and sat up. He took out his phone and wanted to send a message to Xie Sui. However, after typing a line, he looked at it for a long time and deleted it. He typed another line and deleted it again. After hesitating for 7 or 8 minutes, he pursed his lips and chose to go to sleep. Why are you so innocent, big brother? You kissed her first. Even if it was an accident, it's not a loss. He muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and changed his signature so that Xie Sui could see it. We're too young to know how to love and be loved, because our hearts have been hurt. Do you know what I mean? However, he didn't know whether Xie Sui understood or not. Someone in class 1 posted this on the forum, and the whole forum understood it. Kong Kong, what does Brother Yu's personality signature mean? Main post, he changed it at 1 o'clock in the morning. Fuck, why isn't he sleeping in the middle of the night? What's wrong with Brother Yu? 1L. What else can it be? He's troubled by love. People in love are all pretentious and old-fashioned. I didn't expect Brother Yu, such a cool guy, to be on this road of no return. 2L. Look at this stupid style. Why do I feel that Brother Yu copied it from Baidu's sad personality signature of the year? 3L. Brother Yu was trashed by a bad woman? For L? Can we, sway you and in CP, say a word? Hesitant to speak. JPG, 5L. What? Brother you was crying because of a bad woman? 6L. I'm so sad. My heart is hurt. Wilwa 7L. Brother you is crying. I don't want to live anymore. Cry, cry, cry. The others were speechless. Tonight, this building became the scene of a mourning party. Song Yu went home on Sunday. After a night, Grandmother Ming's anger had dissipated. She scolded him softly. If you don't like that child of the Qin family, you don't have to go. You shouldn't give her face like that. Don't do this next time. Song Yu thought to himself that as long as Qin and Mo didn't provoke him in Xiesui, no one would care about him. However, his mouth was obedient. When he smiled, his dimples appeared. Okay, got it. She did her homework in the garden in the afternoon. Song Yu received a message from Ma shouting, Sadako does not forget the well-digger? Brother Yu, are you crying? Sadako does not forget the well-digger. Oh my god, what happened to you when the internet cafe had a blackout QWQ? Song Yu almost lost his grip on his phone. She had touched on his sore spot. He didn't want to recall what happened during the blackout at the internet cafe. Okay? Your husband, Brother Yu. Are you still asleep? What were they talking about? Ma shouting sent him a link to a forum. Sadako does not forget the well-digger. QWQ the tragedy caused by your signature. Song Yu clicked on the building on his phone. The front part was normal, but the back part was full of wailing emojis. It was a series of mourning parties. I'm heartbroken. Woo-woo. Brother Yu is crying. I'm dead. Tears flowed like a river. He was dazzled. When did he cry? Why didn't he know? However, Song Yu returned to look at his signature and choked on his saliva. He coughed awkwardly. He hurriedly deleted it with a guilty conscience. He wondered if water had entered his brain yesterday. Sadako does not forget the well-digger. I'll ask God Xie. He was the closest to you. What happened that day QWQ? Fuck? Song Yu's eyes widened. He quickly typed, Ma shouting, don't. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ma shouting sent another message. Sadako does not forget the well-digger? God Xie said it was a secret. What? Song Yu, your husband, Brother Yu. He exited and received a message from Xiesui. Xiesui, are you crying? Song Yu's heart stopped for a moment. His heart, which had calmed down with great difficulty, was stirred up again. Your husband, Brother Yu. How is that possible? I've never cried in my life. Xiesui, that's good. After a minute, another message slowly came from the other side. Xiesui, I thought I kissed you until you cried. Song Yu, your husband, Brother Yu. I have something to discuss with you. It's all an accident. Let's pretend that nothing happened last night. Okay? Xiesui, okay. He thought that he would have to go to school on Monday to make things clear, but he didn't expect to talk about it today. Song Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. He wanted to ask Xiesui if he had thought it through, but his fingers stopped on the chat interface. His eyelashes fluttered, and he gave up. Looking at Xiesui's attitude, he should have thought it through. They were both teenagers who had just fallen in love. How could they be so natural with the person they liked? Xiesui put down his phone and smiled faintly. He told himself that he couldn't be anxious. He was surprisingly patient with this child. His gaze fell on the computer again. Rows of documents were sent to his mailbox. They were all related to the Xie Corporation. Xiesui's dark eyes turned cold. He had been in charge of the Xie family for many years in his previous life, so he knew the internal affairs of the Xie Corporation like the back of his hand. With his help, it would be easy for Chu Rong to be promoted to Xie Mingsen's side. Chu Rong. According to Chairman Xie, Xie Mingsen will be transferred out of the headquarters next year to take over Xinrui as the CEO. Xinrui was a technology company under the Xie Corporation. Its development prospects were very promising. Rather than a transfer, it was better to say that Xie Xinian was giving Xie Mingsen a springboard to make some achievements. He had convinced a group of people in the headquarters to take over the Xie Corporation in the future. However, his eldest son was destined to disappoint him. Xiesui had a very good memory. In his previous life, Xinrui's scandal seemed to have happened because of Xie Mingsen. The game he developed was accused of plagiarism. The user's information was exposed, and the stock price fell rapidly. The capital chain was broken, and Shinrue had difficulties in cash flow. It was only after the Xie Corporation's headquarters intervened that the situation was salvaged. He tapped his finger on the table twice. Xie Sui chuckled. His eyes were cold. It was too boring to be reborn and repeat the experience of his previous life. It only took him 3 years to be the illegitimate son of the Xie family who was never recognized by anyone to be the head of the Xie Corporation's board of directors. This time, it would be even earlier. He would return to the Xie family sooner or later. Before that, he had to give them a surprise. Pay more attention to Xie Mingxin's decisions. You can record some of his words. Qinghe residence. End of the year. Go there. Chu Rong. Okay. Xie Sui twirled his pen. Then, he received a call from Su Shiren. He lowered his eyes, but his tone was calm. Hello, Auntie. Su Shiren suppressed his excitement and pretended to be sad and angry. Sui, Annie read the diary last time. After reading it, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. It took a long time for her to calm down. My poor sister, Sai. Why did she have to encounter such a thing? Qin Xiuyun is not human. I've already contacted people to investigate the Chengnan Guild Hall. We will definitely give your mother justice. I want to let Qin Xiuyun know that in a city, the Su family is not to be trifled with. Xie Sui curled his lips and mocked, but his tone was sad. Thank you, Auntie. Su Shiren said. When Qin Xiuyun comes down a Sui, you should return to a city. Grandma and Grandpa miss you very much. Xie Sui said casually, okay. He was not interested in their dogfight. Qin Xiuyun did not even want him to do anything. The Su family and Su Shiren's purpose was very obvious. The Su family wanted to use him as a chess piece to establish a relationship with the Xie family. Su Shiren was even more daring. He coveted the position of the Xie family's matriarch and had been itching to make a move for many years. The people he met the most in a city were idiots who thought they were smart. The Su family was not to be trifled with, but the Qin family was. Qin Xiuyun had always been disliked by the Qin family. Her marriage to Xie Xinian was unexpected, but after all, her surname was Qin. Xie Sui hung up the phone and smiled mockingly. On Monday, Songyu carried a book and went out directly. Uncle Ma, you don't have to send me. I'll take the bus myself. Grandmother Ming muttered. It's a waste of time to wait for the bus. What if you're late? Songyu said, it's still early. He really did not want to be in the same bus as Ma Xiaoding. It was a nightmare to listen to him ask about what happened at the internet cafe that day. When he got on the bus, Songyu attracted the attention of everyone on the bus. However, he was used to it. He lazily looked up at Yang Yang and did not say anything. Just as he steadied himself with his bracelet, the girl next to him suddenly whispered, Brother Yu, do you want to sit? Songyu looked at her bright eyes and raised his eyebrows. He was not old, weak, sick, or pregnant. Why should she give up her seat for him? He said lightly, Thank you. You can sit. The girl looked at him carefully and continued whispering, Brother Yu, are you okay? Songyu? ? The girl gathered her courage and said solemnly, You deserve better. Oh, now that he thought about it, everyone thought that he was being cheated. Fine, he was too lazy to explain. It was better to be cheated than to be kissed. After getting off the bus, Songyu bought a cup of soy milk by the roadside and walked to the school with a straw in his mouth. The bus stop was at the crossroads, half a street away from the school gate. He was halfway there when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from a narrow alley in front of him. He could hear a few curses. Why is there so little money? You look like you're wearing luxurious clothes, but your living expenses are so little? The young man's voice was mixed with sobs. This is my 1 month's breakfast money. I don't believe you. You must be hiding it. If I don't beat you up, you won't learn your lesson. I really don't have it. Boo-hoo, I really don't have it. You don't have it? Then why don't you ask your mother for more next time? Punches and kicks fell like raindrops. Muffled groans and sobs sounded in the alley. The commotion was not small. Songyu finished the soy milk in one gulp and took a step forward. He saw the scene inside clearly. The young man who was beaten was wearing a number 1 middle school uniform. He was thin and weak, squatting in the corner and crying. The other group of people were tall and strong. They were also wearing school uniforms. but their names were from number 13 middle school. They were probably a group of scumbags who collected protection fees everywhere. Bring 500 yuan tomorrow. If you don't, He threw the empty cup of soy milk at the back of the head of the leader. There was still some soy milk left in the cup. It splashed out and drenched him. The young man who was drenched in soy milk was furious. He turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" Song Yu was not carrying his school bag. He was holding a book in his hand. Against the light, he said in a mocking tone, "Your father is me." He was tall and had long legs. His skin was fair and delicate. His pupils were light and sharp under his thin eyelids. The leader of the young men was furious. "You're fucking courting death." However, before he could get angry, the person next to him had already grabbed his sleeve. That person looked at Song Yu with some fear and whispered, "Boss, this person seems to be number 1 middle school's new school bully." The young man was stunned. His face was still gloomy. "What are you afraid of? He's alone." The person next to him swallowed his saliva. Last time, he was also alone. He defeated a group of Gaofeng. They knew Gaofeng. The young man was silent for a long time. Then, he scolded fiercely, "Bad luck. You're lucky. I'm going to be late. Otherwise, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Song Yu sneered. He stood at the entrance of the alley and blocked the way like the god of plague. "What's the hurry? Did I say you could leave?" A group of people from number 13 middle school. "Don't cue my mother all day long. Call her grandma. Do you understand, son?" Waves of wails came from the alley. In the end, the group of people from number 13 middle school left the money and cried and crawled away. Song Yu squatted down and helped him pick up the glasses. The young man raised his head. He was very thin, with milky white skin. His eyes were red like a rabbit's, and his lips were still trembling. When Song Yu saw his face clearly, he felt that it was a little familiar. Hey, wasn't this the person who sat in front of him in the monthly exam? With glasses, he looked like a clumsy bookworm. With glasses off, he looked like a crying rabbit. Song Yu returned the glasses to him and asked a sole question, "Brother, what's your name? Why do you always meet scum like this?" "Thank you, brother Yu." His hands were still trembling, and his eyes were red. He felt wronged and scared. My name is Runwenhan." Song Yu chewed on the candy and looked at him in confusion. He didn't know how to comfort people, so he said, "Let's go to school first. We're going to be late." Runwenhan sniffed, and tears fell again. "Okay." His hands hugged his school bag tightly. With glasses on, he looked particularly thin and pitiful. However, as soon as they took their first step into school, the bell rang. The dean of teaching was very strict with latecomers recently. He held a loudspeaker and shouted angrily, "Those who came in later, come over here and stand. You're late on Monday. What are you going to school for?" A group of students who were in a hurry wailed and gave up resisting. They silently stood in a row at the door like a welcoming party. Song Yu sighed in his heart. His luck was really bad. Runwenhan next to him was still crying and sobbing. "Brother Yu, I'm sorry. I implicated you." Song Yu chewed on the candy. "It's not your fault. I'm in a bad mood. Thank you for sending me a group of people to vent my anger." Runwenhan stared at him blankly. The young man's side profile stood tall and handsome in the golden morning light. He was also wearing a school uniform, but there was a kind of vigorous vitality around him. His attitude was lazy, and he was different from the others. His breathing stagnated, and he couldn't help but grip his school bag tightly. Someone next to him cursed, "In the whole school, Master Miju is the only troublesome one. He even stood for a morning self-study session. When he leaves, I'm going to slip away." It was also him at Book Mountain House last time. Damn, I'll find a chance to beat him up. Put a gunny sack on him, block the street corner, and then frame Song Yu. Isn't he a school bully? Let's tell him what a school bully should do. He won't be stupid like him. I said he didn't have any sense of existence as a school bully. He was just a little awe-inspiring that day. Song Yu chewed on the candy with his tongue. He thought they were a group of idiots. The dean of teaching finally pulled back the person who tried to run away on the bicycle. He grabbed him by the collar and put him next to Song Yu. He sneered. "Run? You still want to run? I've taught for so many years. and no student has ever run away from me. The bicycle student forced a smile. Teacher, I just helped an old lady cross the road. The dean of teaching, what a coincidence. The group of people in front also said the same thing. According to your words, an old lady passes by the red light at the school gate on average every minute. The bicycle student couldn't smile anymore. The dean of teaching held the loudspeaker and shouted at his face, "You're late, but you're still quibbling." 5,000 words of self-criticism. After teaching this one a lesson, the dean of teaching took the loudspeaker and walked in front of Songyu. He had a stomach full of words to teach bad students a lesson, but they all stopped when Songyu looked up. The two of them stared at each other. The dean of teaching, why is it you again? It was the student who ran faster than a rabbit from Book Mountain House last time. Grandmaster Miju had always been impartial, and he wasn't afraid of Songyu's background. He was upright, so why should he be afraid when the mayor asked? Songyu, hello teacher. The dean of teaching, tell me, why are you late? Songyu giggled. I went to do a good deed. What? A group of hooligans from number 13 high school bullied the students of number 1 high school. As a school bully, of course I had to lead the charge and stop this evil. Ren Wonhan's eyes were still red. He raised his hand weakly. I can prove it. The dean of teaching, Gao Feng and the others, when they heard the word school bully, they all turned their heads in unison. Like sunflowers, their eyes were full of shock. Songyu? The first to shout was Gao Feng. Songyu smiled. Hi. Gao Feng. Fuck. Can you stop being so high? Fuck. I don't want to hear this word again in my life. The dean of teaching was skeptical. Suddenly, the principal's voice sounded behind him. What are you doing? Why are you all standing in a row? The dean of teaching turned around and found that not only the principal, but also 2 vice principals were behind a tall boy. Principal, I'm punishing the students who are late. The principal chuckled and said in a kind tone, but you don't have to stand at the door. The students still want to save face. Just ask them to go back and write a self-reflection. The dean of teaching, yes. The students who were standing in a row subconsciously looked at the boy of the same age. His clothes were expensive, and his temperament was obviously pampered. His smile was gentle. While everyone was sizing him up, his gaze was fixed on Songyu. His gaze was not very warm. Songyu? Songyu's eyes were cold. Chinamo didn't back down either. In fact, he had a good impression of Songyu at first. He liked good-looking people, regardless of whether they were men or women. Songyu's personality was also quite to his taste. He was cold and wild on the balcony, and it was probably very fun to play with him. But later on, Songyu made his dislike for him so obvious that his liking faded. In the past, when he encountered such troublesome people, he would use some not-so-gentle methods to make them yield. But he was a member of the Song family, and he had too many scruples. The more he looked at them, the more annoyed he became. Chapter 61. The principal also looked over and saw Songyu. He was surprised. You, Songyu, why are you late? The dean said angrily. He said he was late because of his bravery. Songyu's eyes fell on Chinamo for a second, and then he looked away. He said to the principal with a smile, well, I'm not just bravely helping others. I'm winning glory for the school. The dean gritted his teeth in anger. The principal sighed. Thinking of his illness, he shook his head. Sigh, you. Don't be late next time. He turned to the dean and said, Mr. Tian, students at this age also want to save face. Standing as punishment will delay the morning reading time. Ask them to go back first and write a self-reflection. The dean listened to the principal, but he was still unhappy with the group of late students. He turned his head and shouted through the loudspeaker, each of you write an 800-word self-reflection. Being late, skipping class, causing trouble, and fighting. Are you still students? You came to school and didn't study hard. How can you face your parents if you score last? Songyu was dissatisfied when he heard this. He raised his hand and said, Mr. Tian, I ranked 88th in the monthly exam. This was the most boastful thing about him coming to Jing City No. 1 middle school. No one was allowed to not know about it. Mr. Tian glared at him fiercely. You're so good. Chinamo watched from the side from beginning to end. His smile was clear and gentle, and he looked gentle. The principal remembered that these two were from a city and asked, "Do you know each other?" Chinamo said lightly, "No." The principal didn't think badly of it and said happily, "Then it seems that you've met before. The teaching building of the second year and the teaching building of the first year are not far away. You can be friends." Chinamo smiled and didn't say anything. After the dismissal, Songyu strode to the teaching building with his books. Renwon Han ran after Songyu with his school bag, panting, Brother Yu. When Songyu went upstairs, he paused and looked down at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Renwon Han's fair face was a little red. His eyes were watery under the lens, and he was a little shy. She rummaged through her bag and passed him a bottle of milk. She whispered, "Thank you." His fingers were trembling, and it seemed like he was extremely embarrassed. Songyu thought to herself, "Wow, this guy really gets shy easily." He felt that if he refused, this person's eyes would turn red like a rabbit's again. So he took the milk considerately. "You're welcome." Renwon Han smiled shyly and walked away with his school bag. Songyu entered class 1 with a bottle of milk. The classroom, which was originally noisy during the morning self-study session, fell silent for a second the moment he entered. With a book in one hand and a glass of milk in the other, Songyu sat down. Ma Xiaoding was depressed. "Brother Yu, why did you leave alone today? I have so many questions to ask you." Songyu rolled his eyes. "I just don't want to answer your bullshit questions." Shi Bowen's gaze fell on Songyu's hand. "Hey, when did Brother Yu start drinking milk in the morning?" Songyu didn't think much of it. "I helped a little boy. He gave me a gift." Ma Xiaoding exclaimed and took the lead in clapping. "How can there be such a handsome and nice man like Brother Yu in this world?" Songyu ignored him. The seat next to him was empty. He tilted his head and asked, "Where's Xiesui?" Shi Bowen explained. Godxia was called over by the homeroom teacher. The top student of the grade always has an endless number of teachers. "Oh." Songyu inserted the straw into the milk bottle and took a sip of the warm milk. His eyes were staring at the blackboard, and he was a little absent-minded. Although they chatted calmly online and acted as if nothing had happened between them, he was still obsessed with the word "like" from Xiesui. Wanting to kiss you, liking you. It's instinctive. What does that mean? Even though he was biased towards Xiesui because she was afraid of the lack of love and was overly grateful to him, he thought that she didn't really like him. However, when he saw her face to face on Monday, his imagination ran wild again, and he was even a little confused. How should he treat Xiesui in the future? How should he correct his misconception? When the bell rang, Xiesui came back from the office. Songyu held the milk bottle and stared at him, inch by inch. The familiar face, eyelashes, nose, lips, and the familiar coldness and alienation. However, after hearing his confession, he felt a little different. His gaze met a pair of dark and deep eyes. Xiesui stared at him and smiled faintly. "Did you count correctly this time?" Songyu bit the straw and froze. He drank the milk, and there was a little milky white around his lips. Xiesui's eyes darkened slightly. Songyu looked embarrassed. Last time, he could still calmly answer that he was counting his eyelashes. This time, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After being stunned for a moment, he silently turned his head and pretended that nothing had happened. Xiesui raised her eyebrows and asked, "When did you start drinking milk?" Songyu didn't answer yet. Ma Xiaoding said, "A little boy gave it to me to repay his kindness." "TSK, my brother Yu is really kind. He likes to stand up for others and help the weak." Songyu's mood was complicated. He corrected her hesitantly. "Not always," Ma Xiaoding said. "Brother Yu, don't be so modest." Xiesui seemed to care about this question and asked casually, "What did you help him with?" Songyu didn't dare to look him in the eyes. "I helped him drive away a group of hooligans from number 13 high school." Xiesui was silent for a while and laughed. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. "What a coincidence." "Songyu, what? You also helped me drive away a group of hooligans once." Xiesui's eyes were bottomless. She asked faintly, "Are you so nice to everyone?" Songyu could sense that Xiesui was definitely not in a good mood. Ma Xiaoding was a professional who had tricked him for 10 years. Of course, she didn't let him down. Godsia, you're the only one among us who is not qualified to ask this question. Brother, you put in a lot of effort to be your deskmate. His kindness to you is obvious to all. Shi Bowen pursed his lips. Thank you, God, for being so nice to Brother Yu. The whole class can see that. Song Yu gritted his teeth. Finally, under his cold gaze, the two of them silently shut up. They put up their language books and began to recite the text. Xiesui said, "Let's talk?" Song Yu said in a muffled voice, "There's nothing to talk about." Xiesui chuckled and didn't say anything. However, his last gaze made Song Yu straighten his back. Song Yu frowned. He thought gloomily I'd better stay away from him first. He was so nice to Xiesui that he mistakenly thought that he liked her. Stay away so that he could think more clearly. Song Yu was especially serious in class that day. He didn't look sideways and was upright. After class, he buried his head in his books and didn't say a word to Xiesui. Ma Xiaoting didn't notice that something was wrong, but Shi Bowen frowned and bumped Ma Xiaoting's arm. Don't you think that there's something wrong between Brother Yu and Godsia? Ma Xiaoting. Where? Shi Bowen let out a sigh of exasperation. Song Yu was doing the questions. He got the question wrong no matter how he calculated it. He couldn't understand the answer even if he looked at it. He subconsciously wanted to ask Xiesui, but before he could say anything, he immediately shut his mouth. After being inexplicably silent, it would be especially awkward if he spoke again. Thus, Song Yu turned around and put the practice question on Shi Bowen's desk. He took a pen and wrote, "Explain this step to me." Shi Bowen. ? This was the first time Brother Yu had asked him a question. What should he do? He was in a complicated mood. Ma Xiaoting. ? No, Brother Yu. Don't you have the top student in the grade as your private tutor? Why didn't you ask such an amazing student? Song Yu. Take a look and see if you can solve it. Shi Bowen's hand trembled slightly. Although Xiesui didn't look over or look back, he felt that the air was a little colder. He didn't dare to solve this question. Shi Bowen wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother Yu, you should ask Godsia. Song Yu. He took back his pen and didn't say anything. He silently studied by himself. After this, Ma Xiaoting finally reacted. Fuck, he really didn't say anything. Wasn't the morning self-study session fine? Shi Bowen comforted his little heart. I told you just now, but you didn't believe me. Now you can see. I'm also depressed. Ma Xiaoting's mouth was wide open. Suddenly, something appeared in his mind. He was so shocked that he dropped the book and smashed it on his face. No way. Is it really that secret? Shi Bowen pricked up his ears and lowered his voice. What? Ma Xiaoting looked pained. Godsia made Brother Yu cry. Do you know that? Shi Bowen. After class, Song Yu took his book and walked straight to the apartment. When he left the teaching building, he quickened his pace and walked faster and faster. After entering the corridor, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his arm was suddenly grabbed and pulled back. A tall figure approached. Xieshui's voice was cold. Why are you avoiding me? The corridor was very narrow. Their breaths intertwined. Song Yu took a step back and leaned against the wall. He felt suffocated. Xieshui smiled, but his eyes were slightly cold. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Song Yu wouldn't admit that such a childish Cold War was caused by him. He stumbled and changed the topic. Well, what explanation? Xieshui said indifferently. Didn't you say to pretend that nothing happened? Song Yu choked. He didn't know how to explain his feelings to him. Damn, I was afraid that you hadn't thought it through. I wanted to stay away from you and give you enough time to calm down. Xieshui's eyes were dark. He smiled. I'm very calm. Song Yu. Song Yu smashed the pot and closed his eyes. I'm not calm. Okay? After saying that, he ran straight up the stairs, crossing 3 steps in 1 step. It was almost as if he was fleeing. He didn't know if his words were effective or if Xieshui was angry because of him. Anyway, the atmosphere was just like that. Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if the two of them had returned to the feeling of strangers, even more so than when they were near the water. Xieshui had regained his cold temperament that kept strangers away. In the past, he would still smile, but now he didn't have any expression. His gaze inadvertently swept past him with a hint of coldness. Ma shouting, and she Bowen trembled and didn't dare to speak. Once people cared about something, it would be infinitely magnified. Songyu actually felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Fuck. He wanted the two of them to stay away from each other. In the end, it was like a couple quarreling. The more you want to ignore it, the more you care. For example, when he was reciting books, Xiesui was writing. The rustling of the pen was particularly provocative. Student Songyu, tell me, this is the last multiple-choice question. Do you choose A or B? His attention in class was all on Xiesui. Songyu only woke up when he was suddenly called to answer the question. The chemistry teacher had already noticed that he was distracted and deliberately called him up. Songyu pursed his lips and looked at the aluminum calculation question. He didn't hear a single word just now. How could he know the answer? Xiesui was indeed his nemesis. A cold voice sounded in his ear. Songyu was stunned. He looked down and saw that Xiesui didn't even look at him. She looked up at the blackboard with a cold face. You said A? And it's A? A nameless fire surged in Songyu's heart. I choose B. The whole class gasped. The chemistry teacher widened his eyes and knocked on the blackboard with the blackboard eraser. He was exasperated. You still choose B? I just talked about the chemical properties of aluminum for 20 minutes. Didn't you listen? Aluminum is an amphoteric metal. Don't you know the basics? Don't keep glancing at your deskmate in class, okay? Listen to the class and look at me. The whole class, Songyu, fuck. The last physical education class was taken over by Old Chung. He treated it as a class lesson and briefly talked about the lecture in the auditorium that night. In high school, everyone will more or less face some problems. Parents, old friends, classmates. This time, Teacher Zhang from the psychological consultation room will be giving a speech to everyone. Tonight, at 7 p.m., everyone will go and listen. I will take attendance at that time, so you all better be careful. Originally, everyone was complaining that the physical education class was taken over. However, when they heard that the evening self-study class was taken over by the lecture, they instantly became excited again. In order to avoid Xiesui, he didn't go back to his apartment for dinner. Instead, he ate spicy hot pot with Ma Xiaoding and Shi Bowen in a shop on the back street. Ma Xiaoding, brother Yu, what happened between you and God Xie? Songyu, nothing. How could Ma Xiaoding believe him? You two quarreled because of what happened at the internet cafe that night? Heavens, did Xie Shenhe do something to you in secret? Did he hit you? Songyu stuffed a string of fish balls into his mouth. Shut up. There was a table of girls next to them. They were in their second year of high school and were excitedly discussing the new transfer student. There's a handsome guy in class 1. He's really handsome. He's tall and handsome, has a gentle temperament, and smiles at everyone. I've seen him before. He's so gentle. He's my type. Don't let your imagination run wild. I think he's from a city. His family background is so good that you can't imagine it. Just take a look. Sigh. Why are handsome guys so hard to woo these days? Songyu bit a string of kelp with a cold expression. Chinamo was indeed used to hiding himself with a gentle appearance. Shi Bowen wiped his glasses with a tissue and asked carefully, Brother Yu, when will you and God Xie reconcile? Actually, he wanted to ask when Brother Yu would stop being angry. He felt that God Xie didn't take the quarrel seriously. It was Brother Yu who had been holding it in. Songyu stared at him coldly. We're not quarreling. Shi Bowen. Okay, you're not quarreling. You're just having fun. There was a psychology lecture in the evening. Songyu went back to class first and planned to take a look at a set of homework. Ma Xiaoding, of course, followed him obediently. Since God Xie wasn't here, let him deal with Brother Yu's loneliness. When they arrived at the classroom, there weren't many people there. There was only a girl with a familiar name, Lin Shuangqiu. Lin Shuangqiu was obviously stunned when she saw them. Then, she smiled in surprise. Brother Yu. Oh my God, what a coincidence. Songyu stood at the door. He was a little stunned by her sparkling eyes. He forced himself to maintain his expression. What's the matter? Lin Shuangqiu smiled so widely that her canine teeth were exposed. Her eyes were as bright as the hairpin in her hair. She quickly took out a pink envelope from her bag. She smiled embarrassedly and said, I was just asked to deliver a love letter. No one in class saw you. What a coincidence. Even the heavens are helping that girl. Ma Xiaoding clicked her tongue twice and whistled happily. Song Yu's gaze fell on the envelope in her hand. It was a light pink with green vines circling around the edges. There were roses blooming. It seemed to be faintly discernible, and there was a fragrance. To my husband, Brother Yu. The 6 words were delicate and playful, revealing the worries of a young girl. Lin Shuangqiu said, "A girl in class 5 gave it to me. She knows me, so I was too embarrassed to refuse." She covered her face. Fortunately, Godxia isn't here. Otherwise, I don't know if I would have the courage to give it to him. This was the first time that Song Yu had received a love letter. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. They were both handsome, but Xie Sui was full of love letters. He just didn't have any peach blossoms. Of course, Song Yu didn't particularly care about this. Ma Xiaoding blindly cheered, "Brother Yu, I think it's okay." Song Yu returned the love letter and said, "I don't think it's okay." Lin Shuangqiu blinked. "Brother Yu?" Song Yu said, "I can't accept this. It's not right to throw it away or keep it. It's quite awkward. You should return it to her." Ma Xiaoding, "Brother Yu, you're hurting her heart?" Song Yu was only stunned for a second. He quickly reacted and said casually, "Tell her that although she might not meet someone better than me in the future, the fact that she likes me proves that she has good taste. Just this point alone is enough to make her proud and happy. Tell her not to be sad." Ma Xiaoding, question mark. Lin Shuangqiu couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, hubby. Song Yu. Don't call her little sister." On the way to the auditorium, Ma Xiaoding chattered nonstop. "Brother Yu is still so good. I'll accept it if you want it. But it's also true. Brother Yu, you must have had a lot of people since you were young. You're so good at rejecting people." Song Yu was stunned. He was so good at rejecting people. He frowned, and his clear eyes were confused for a moment. So, why did he need so much time to calm down? The auditorium was very big. It could accommodate all 3 grades. They were arranged according to their grades, and the grade 1 students sat at the front. The lecture hadn't started yet, so the girls sat in their seats and chatted. Liang Yingying said, "Is it because you're prejudiced? Why do I feel that Chinamo is quite good?" Jiang Chunyan drank his milk tea. "Not good at all. He's so hypocritical." Ugh. Liang Yingying widened his eyes. "What happened to you?" Before Jiang Chunyan could start speaking, he shifted his gaze and almost choked on the pearls in his milk tea. "Is that Godxia?" They followed his gaze and looked over. Xie Sui was sitting in the corner. Beside her stood a girl with slightly curly long hair and a light blue V-neck dress that revealed her exquisite collarbone. By Shuixin, Song Yu walked to their row. Before he sat down, he heard Jiang Chunyan shout, "Brother Yu, come quickly. Bai Shuixin is seducing your man." "Ah, I mean deskmate." Song Yu, could he be quiet for a while? Liang Yingying, who's Bai Shuixin? Chapter 62. Jiang Chunyan stopped drinking her milk tea. Her eyes lit up when she saw Song Yu, and she waved her hands enthusiastically. Liang Yingying thought that she was crazy. She dared to provoke Brother Yu after the KTV incident last time. Did she want to die? Jiang Chunyan said, "Brother Yu, come quickly. Bai Shuixin is such a scheming woman. I'm afraid that Godxia won't be able to handle her." Song Yu walked to the back row and sat down naturally. What can't he handle? Before Jiang Chunyan could speak, Liang Yingying covered her mouth and stopped her from courting death. He smiled apologetically. Brother Yu is right. Godxia's nickname as the flower of high mountains is not for nothing. If he's so easily seduced, he's definitely not an abstinent Prince Charming. Song Yu was stunned. He lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at her. When he heard the words flower of high mountains, some inexplicable scenes flashed through his mind. It was the young man's half-smile under the street lamp and his drawn-out voice. He stared at her and said, "I couldn't help but feel aroused." At that time, I felt that the atmosphere was ambiguous. Now, my heart was in a mess. More than 10 minutes later, the lecture was about to start, and people came in one after another. On Song Yu's right was their class monitor, a fat and strong boy. He looked left and right, scratched his head awkwardly, and smiled. Brother Yu, do you want me to make room for Godsia later? It was no wonder he said that. From the beginning of school until now, these two influential figures had always been inseparable. It was obvious to all that they had a good relationship. He subconsciously thought that the seat next to Songyu was for Xiesui. When the class monitor said this, many people in class 1 turned their heads to look at them. They were especially surprised when they realized that there was half a hall between Songyu and Xiesui. Songyu raised his eyebrows and looked puzzled. Why should I make room for him? The class monitor looked silly. I thought Godsia would be sitting next to you later. Songyu glanced at Xiesui. Bai Shuixin was standing next to Xiesui. She was talking with her head lowered. There was only a little light in the dark, but it outlined the girl's beautiful figure and delicate skin. Xiesui initially ignored her, but after hearing something, she tilted her head and glanced at her. From this angle, the young man was cold and elegant while the young woman was bright and moving. They were quite a match. With a hammer, Songyu retracted his gaze. No, he's not coming over. Of course, the campus bell is more important. The class leader could only laugh dryly. Ha! Jiang Chunyan was exasperated. Even if you don't have such thoughts, brother you can't let your good brother be ruined by this kind of person. Also, with your tone, no one would believe that you're not jealous. When she got up to throw the milk tea away, she took a detour and found a trash can. After listening to a few words, she looked as if she had discovered a new continent and quickly ran back. Brother Yu, hurry up and save Xieshun, he shouted enthusiastically. Songyu, little girl, why are you so dramatic? Ma Xiaoting's love for Jiang Chunyan had already disappeared with the wind along with her true appearance. But after all, the feelings of a young man were always poetic, so he responded, What's wrong? What happened? That bad woman wants to kidnap Xieshun? Jiang Chunyan was filled with righteous indignation. She's brainwashing Xieshun. She's even claiming to be his relative. I'm convinced. She even used Qinimo to talk about this. Hearing these 2 words, Songyu suddenly raised his head, his eyes cold. What did she say about Qinimo? Jiang Chunyan really refreshed his understanding of Bai Shuixin. She probably knows that if she wants to talk to Xieshun, she can only start with you. So she talked about you and Qinimo at the banquet. Songyu turned around and patted the class leader's shoulder. The class leader tilted her head and was startled by Songyu's frosty expression. Brother Yu, make way. I'm going out to do something. The class leader suddenly stood up, sucked in her stomach, and tried to shrink her body to make way for Songyu. Looking at Songyu's back, she knew at first glance that he was going to look for trouble. The class leader touched her head with her chubby hand again, dumbfounded. If the mountain doesn't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain? In a corner of the auditorium, Bai Shuixin stood gracefully, her smile extremely sweet. Ever since the banquet last time, she had become more determined to win Xiesui's heart. She didn't expect Songyu to be the young master of the Song family in a city. After returning home, she was uneasy for a long time, filled with regret and hatred, but after being scolded like that, she didn't dare to see Songyu again. But she couldn't let the impression remain bad. It was better to start with Xiesui. The 2 of them had a good relationship. If she became Xiesui's girlfriend, there would always be a chance to slowly change her impression of him. Besides, she liked Xiesui very much. Up close, the young man's eyebrows and eyes were even more fascinating. His expression was languid and cold, but in her eyes, it was extremely sexy. His head was slightly tilted, his eyes were dark, and his lips were very thin. She felt suffocated, and her heart kept beating non-stop. After taking a deep breath, she said the script that she had prepared for a long time. Thank God. I said some bad things last time. I think I should apologize. I'm sorry. Bai Shuixin's face was slightly red. She whispered, You're right. I shouldn't have mentioned Brother Yu. I really don't deserve it. Brother Yu is so gentle and so outstanding. I can't be as good as Brother Yu in my life. My brain went haywire. She scratched her hair, looking a little delicate and cute. But this doesn't conflict with me wanting to be good to you and wanting your contact information. He's your best friend, and I want to be the girl closest to you. Xiesui leaned back in his chair and glanced at her casually. His expression was cold, and it was difficult to tell whether he was happy or angry. Bai Shuixin clenched her fists when he looked at her. Her breathing quickened. She felt that she was putting on a clumsy performance, and the only audience didn't even care to criticize her. However, the more Xiesui acted like this, the more excited she became. After openly confessing her love, Bai Shuixin became bolder. She smiled shyly and innocently. Actually, I shouldn't have done all those things that day. I should have confessed to you directly. Thank God. Can you give me a chance? I know about you from my aunt. She married into the Su family, so I more or less know about your mother. Aunt Su, I want to be good to you because I feel sorry for you. I want to find out more about you, your junior high school, and your past. I feel sorry for you, who faced those things alone, and I also feel sorry for you, who grew up alone. Even if you don't like me, I want to be good to you so that I won't feel so bad. Xiesui looked behind her casually. When he saw a familiar figure, his eyes narrowed, and the disgust in his heart disappeared instantly. In order to pursue you, I even asked Brother Yu how to get close to you. Brother Yu said that you two hit it off at first sight. She finally realized that only when the topic of Song Yu was mentioned, the young man in front of her would look at her and deliberately bring her to that topic. I originally thought that Brother Yu was lying to me, until I met Brother Yu at a dinner party last week. He really made people feel close to him at first sight. The new transfer student from a city, Chinamo, also greeted Brother Yu first among the crowd. You hit it off at first sight, but can we develop feelings for each other over time? Bai Shuixin flipped her hair and smiled. Give me a chance. Let me give you all my gentleness. Can I sit next to you today? She looked at Xiesui expectantly with a sweet smile. However, before she could get a reply, she heard a sneer behind her. The young man's voice was lazy. Yang, that won't be necessary. The voice was very familiar, and it brought back very embarrassing memories. Bai Shuixin's body stiffened instantly, and her face turned pale. Xiesui laughed, and the cold look on her face disappeared. The auditorium was a staircase. Song Yu slowly walked down from the top, wearing his school uniform and chewing on a candy. He looked at her strangely. What's your gentleness? Is it pouring wine? Bai Shuixin panicked when she saw Song Yu. She tried to maintain her expression, but her eyes slowly turned red. Brother Yu, Song Yu said naturally, move back a little. The seat next to him is mine. He looked at Xiesui condescendingly and said in a threatening tone, make way. Xiesui smiled, but she didn't do as he wished. She only asked teasingly, is there enough time? Song Yu? Question mark. Then he reacted quickly. Oh, time. He was asking for time to calm down. Song Yu, fuck. I'm helping you reject a suitor with ulterior motives. What are you doing? Are you making things difficult for me? Is this the right time to talk about this? Bai Shuixin stood next to him and stared at him without blinking. Her expression was pitiful. Song Yu didn't want to embarrass himself, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He said vaguely and coldly, yes. Xiesui, not hiding anymore? Song Yu stared at him. Yes. Xiesui, have you calmed down? Song Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Yes, yes, yes. Are you done yet? Xiesui couldn't help but laugh. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and it made people's hearts tremble. His eyes were full of smiles, pure and clear. He got up. Come in. Bai Shuixin was stunned. Song Yu finally sat next to him, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Bai Shuixin was gritting her teeth. She had put in so much effort and said so much, but Xiesui didn't even want to respond to her. Why? But she couldn't say anything. The other person was Song Yu, and he couldn't afford to offend her either. Song Yu had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. He looked up and said coldly, is there anything else? Bai Shuixin didn't dare to provoke him. Her eyes were red, and she looked very aggrieved and weak. No, nothing. Brother Yu, are you still angry with me? Song Yu was impatient. You're thinking too much. He couldn't even remember her name. Bai Shuixin's face turned red and white. Her nails dug into her flesh. She smiled stiffly and left. Only he and Xiesui were left. The atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. However, when he rejected the love letter, he had already thought it through. Now, he could remain calm. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't his fault that he was too popular. Running away wouldn't solve the problem. Why was the person who confessed so calm, but the person who was confessed to panicked and nervous? Song-yu stared ahead for a long time. After organizing his words, he tilted his head and asked, "What did she say to you just now?" Xiesui was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "She said you felt like old friends at first sight." Song-yu, that's it? Xiesui, yes. Song-yu, she didn't mention Chinamo? Chapter 63. Xiesui raised her eyebrows, stared at him, and asked, "Did something happen between you and Chinamo?" Song-yu breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. No. He and Chinmo's enemy were especially jealous when they met. The first time they met, they started a fight. What else could happen? Even if something happened, it would be a bloody incident. It was best that Bai Shuishin didn't talk about Chinamo. Song-yu muttered. I hope you don't meet this person in your life. It's best if you don't even hear his name. Xiesui's heart softened, and she smiled. Well, I won't like the person you hate. Song-yu's light-colored pupils instantly lit up, but halfway through the smile, he remembered the inexplicable quarrel some time ago and instantly poured cold water on it. He felt that Song Weiniang might be right. He was a troublemaker, an impatient troublemaker. He looked up hesitantly and awkwardly, looked at Xiesui, opened his mouth, and stopped talking. Xiesui stared at him quietly, then suddenly smiled and said, Actually, I haven't thought about what you said that day. Song-yu was surprised. Huh. Xiesui, what you said last time, whether I really like him or not. What I said last time, whether I really like him or not. Song-yu almost fell into the chair in front of him. His face was hot, and he was flustered. He stammered, Well, I think what I said should be right. You don't like him. You definitely don't like him. Xiesui paid attention to every detail of him. His evasive eyes, disorderly breathing, and slightly red ears when he was nervous. A trace of a smile flashed across her dark eyes, and gentleness spread out. Why was this kid still so stubborn? Song-yu stammered and was almost speechless. Xiesui stared at him and said slowly, Actually, it's not important. Song-yu. Huh? Xiesui winked at him and smiled. It doesn't matter whether I like you or not. We're getting along well now, aren't we? Song-yu was dumbfounded and nodded along with him. Xiesui said with a helpless smile, So, just pretend that nothing happened that night. Don't worry about it anymore, okay? Even I feel bad seeing you holding your breath. Song-yu was speechless. Why did everyone think that he was the one holding his breath? But when he heard Xiesui's words and looked into his eyes that were as deep as a black pool, Song-yu immediately lowered his head unnaturally and said vaguely, Okay, forget it. Who cares? Just let it go. At this moment, the teacher walked in and stood on the podium. First, he touched the microphone, and the sound of hello rang out in the empty auditorium. Instantly, the chatter disappeared. The psychology teacher said with a smile, Okay, it's 8 o'clock in the evening. Please quiet down. Before we start today's lecture, I'll show you a video. As soon as she finished speaking, all the lights in the auditorium dimmed. Soft, slow, and pleasant music filled the hall. On the screen, a train passing through a field of rapeseed flowers appeared. The sky was blue, and paper airplanes flew over the telephone poles. The picture was warm and beautiful. Song-yu was watching attentively when he suddenly heard Xiesui's lazy laughter. But I found out something that day. In the dark, Song-yu's ears twitched. He was a little confused. In order not to disturb others, he leaned over and whispered, What did you find out? Xiesui leaned over and whispered calmly in his ear, What is the hope of the long years? Song-yu was slightly stunned. The last sentence he said in the KTV adventure came back to his mind. Since I met you, the stars in the sky have been overshadowed. Since I kissed you, there is hope for the long years. Song-yu, fuck. Fortunately, Xiesui couldn't see his hot face in the dark. In order to prove himself, Song-yu suppressed the surging in his heart and said in a calm voice, Really? Xiesui? Yes? Song-yu learned to be as indifferent as he was. That's good. With hope, the days can be happier. So, how are you going to repay me? Xiesui chuckled. Song, you learned to be smart this time. Let's make it clear first. I don't want to repay you with my body. If you repay me with your body, that would be biting the hand that feeds you. Oh, he widened his eyes. His lips were touched by a cold and slender hand, and a candy was stuffed into his mouth. It was mint, cold and sweet. He was stunned. Xiesui smiled faintly and said, "This is the taste I tasted that night. Is this enough to repay me?" Song Yu felt like his soul was being pulled out. His breathing was very tight, and the mint candy in his mouth couldn't calm his beating heart. In the dark, her light brown eyes widened slightly and were filled with tears. After a long time, there was a soft swallowing sound. Song Yu hid his panic and said, "That's enough." He sat up straight and didn't want to provoke Xiesui anymore. With a cold face and a blank mind, he quietly listened to the lecture. After the video ended, the lights came on again. A group of people in the auditorium sat lazily, and some were already bored and sleepy, yawning. In the beginning of the psychology lecture, there was a lot of talk about the pressure of high school and the communication gap with parents. Later on, when it came to interpersonal relationships between students, the psychology teacher talked about puppy love. She took the topic and said with a smile, "Speaking of puppy love, when I was in the counseling room, I always met a child who was blinded by love and told me about their confusion and confusion. 80% of them were girls. Should you be in puppy love? Actually, I don't recommend you to be in a relationship now. The most important thing is that you are still too young to distinguish between love and liking." Song Yu perked up. Fuck. This simply touched the bottom of his heart. "Teacher, please continue. Tell the person next to him." Psychology teacher. Liking and love are two different things. What is liking? There must be someone around you who shines. Maybe it's because he's handsome, humorous, or has good grades, but your eyes can't help but be attracted to his brilliance. You subconsciously pay attention to him and get close to him. Song Yu was more excited than anyone else. Yes, yes, yes. Handsome, humorous, good grades, damn. Why does he have all of that? Psychology teacher. This kind of hazy emotion is liking, but it's extremely simple. It's like liking a flower. You can slowly appreciate it by the side, but you don't have to have it. Song Yu. Yes, yes, yes. Pure and simple. Don't think too much. Students, yeah. The psychology teacher smiled and looked in their direction. It's normal to like someone when you're a student. He can even be your motivation to become better. This is a light and unburdened youth's heart, an unforgettable memory on the road of youth. But love is different. Love is accompanied by responsibility, and it represents a relationship that needs to be managed. At your age, you can't bear the responsibility, and you don't have the time to manage it. After all, you're still fighting for the future. Song Yu. Clap, clap, clap. They had already started clapping. The psychology teacher had noticed this young man early in the morning and had been watching him from the beginning to the end. Everyone in the audience was either playing with their phones, sleeping, or whispering. The psychology teacher was very gratified that someone was so supportive. She looked at Song Yu with a gentle and kind gaze and smiled. The little handsome guy on the far left of the 7th row seems to agree with what I said very much. Pass the microphone to that handsome guy and tell me your views on puppy love. Song Yu's clapping hand froze. Xiesui, who had been watching his performance, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. The psychology teacher passed the microphone to the person in the 1st row. The entire auditorium was silent for a few seconds. Everyone subconsciously looked over to see which unlucky person was there, but their eyes froze immediately. They were so scared that their eyeballs were about to fall out. Fuck. Brother Yu. After a short gasp, the auditorium fell silent. The microphone was passed to Song Yu. He stood up under the gaze of thousands of people. The young man was wearing a school uniform and holding the microphone. His fair face was cold and his expression was very stiff. It was just that he had always been rumored to be a cold and heartless scumbag, so no one could tell that something was wrong. The psychology teacher smiled. Don't be nervous. Just casually say something about puppy love. Song Yu. Can I say anything? The psychology teacher said, yes. Suddenly, there were more laughter in the auditorium. Someone blindly kicked up a fuss. Student, please tell us your criteria for choosing a partner. The person next to him laughed and scolded. Are you asking for a beating? Immediately, a girl asked excitedly, handsome guy, have you ever been in love? After everyone laughed heartily, the handsome young man became a joke, shouting from all directions. Handsome guy, do you like short hair or long hair? Handsome guy, are you in love? The psychology teacher saw that the atmosphere was stirred up and was very satisfied. The more she looked at Songyu, the more she liked him. She joked, I'm just saying a few words. I saw that you kept supporting me just now, so you must have benefited a lot. Actually, he didn't benefit much. Songyu lowered his head and glanced at the people who were watching the show. He held the microphone and said, Is it about puppy love? The psychology teacher smiled and nodded. Songyu said seriously, I personally don't agree with this kind of behavior. The auditorium. Wow. Songyu. What's there to talk about in love? Is there too little homework? Weekly exams, monthly exams, midterm exams, climbing to the peak of learning is the real joy and meaning of life. The auditorium. Xiesui couldn't help but clap. The auditorium was too quiet, so the only applause was very crisp. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and sucked in a breath of cold air again. Wasn't that their school hunk and academic god? However, their cold and aloof school hunk was smiling more happily than ever. His eyes were curved as if there were stars in them. Songyu tilted his head and glared at him fiercely. You still have the cheek to clap? The psychology teacher was stunned for a moment, then her face was full of relief. This student's ideological awareness is really high. Did everyone hear that? I think it's very correct. This is the goal that you should have in high school. Study hard, climb to the peak of learning, and win a good future for yourself. Only then can you better welcome love. Someone next to him laughed. Climb to the peak of learning? Brother you, are you going to take first place in the grade? Songyu didn't answer. Someone in the group repeated her words. Take first place in the grade. That's really too easy for brother you. Ha 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 ha. Songyu sat down and asked the top student of the grade, who was standing at the peak of learning, Is it very funny? The top student of the grade smiled and shook his head. He answered very indifferently, No, I just think that you're right. Study hard and don't fall in love. In the back seat of the auditorium, where the second year of high school was sitting, Chin Imo leaned against his seat. When Songyu stood up, he sneered and looked over a little, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. But when he looked over, he froze slightly and couldn't look away. He didn't look at Songyu, but at the person next to him. Even if he was sitting casually, he was different from the rest. He was wearing a school uniform and had a tall and straight figure. His facial features were exquisite, but not soft. Instead, there was a kind of coldness that was like a knife hidden in a snowy night. His eyebrows and eyes curved slightly, and that aggressive aura dissipated. Songyu sat next to him, gritting his teeth and saying something. Chin Imo listened carefully. His eyes were gentle and smiling, as if he was drunk with thousands of stars. Chin Mo's fingers paused, and his amber eyes slowly darkened. His fake smile, which had always been gentle, was very meaningful at this moment. Who is he? Next to him was a group of people from the first class of high school who rushed to curry favor with him. They were all from good families in Jing City and thought that they were noble, so they said in a very disdainful tone, Young Master Chin, are you asking about the person next to Songyu? His name is Xiesui, the top student in the first year of high school. He is also the new school hunk of number 1 middle school. They thought that they were born extraordinary, so they didn't appreciate those who were good at studying. They even faintly looked down on this kind of bookworm. Songyu's speech just now was a joke. Chin Imo slowly muttered these 2 words, Xie, Sui. The corners of his lips curled up, and his gaze was deep as if he was looking at prey. Interesting. Jing City number 1 middle school forum. Today's speech, Brother you. Climbing the peak of learning is the real joy and meaning of life. Main post, I don't know what to say. Sister downstairs, come on. 1L, do you want to hear this kind of explanation? Brother you. I want to be first in the grade. Godsia. Then I will be first in the grade. 2L, ha 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 ha. I covered my mouth to stop myself from laughing in the auditorium. 3L, Sway you is real. I'm tired of saying it. 4L, the Fujoshi has finished speaking. Now let's invite you Hey to come on stage. Anyway, you guys are never separated, doghead. 5L, let me politely say something. I beg him to stop studying. He is torturing himself and torturing us. As a school bully, just be a good boy, okay? Damn, he has nothing to do all day long and helps the weak. This school bully is like a security guard. Did the security room give you money? 6L, ha 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 ha, brother you. I am a security guard. I only eat 3 meals a day. 7L, brother you. I am a security guard. I have a dream I want to climb to the peak of learning. 8L, but speaking of which, brother you is really low-key as a school bully. In the past, when Chen Jijia was a school bully, he went to the neighboring number 13 middle school to fight on average once a week. It was called a bloody storm. 9L, actually, brother you has never admitted his identity as a school bully. He only cares about whether he is a top student or not. Like an old mother hating iron for not becoming steel. Alas, this disappointing stinky brother. Chapter 64. Song Yu really wanted to get rid of that idiot, China Mo, but he couldn't find a way. He could only endure it for now. Fortunately, the teaching buildings of the first and second years were not too close, so they wouldn't bump into each other. It wasn't too bad. The weather turned to autumn, and the osmanthus flowers in the school bloomed. During class, the wind outside blew into the classroom, bringing with it a faint, cool fragrance. During the class meeting, the class monitor handed out the registration form for the sports meet. He stood on the podium and cleared his throat. This is the first sports meet in our senior high school. Everyone, give me some face and sign up casually. The most important thing is to participate. Just go through the motions, and it doesn't matter if you're last. Song Yu wasn't interested. After all, the midterm exams were coming. He had to revise seriously and continue to maintain his image as a top student. However, when the registration form was handed out, the sports committee member recognized him. He eagerly chased away the students in front of him and enthusiastically invited him to participate. Brother you, sign up for the sports meet? Song Yu held a pen and refused. I'm not going. I want to revise and prepare for the midterm exams. The sports committee member was unwilling. Brother you, you're so good at fighting. You must be good at sports too. Don't waste such good talent. Let's win glory for the class. Song Yu clicked his tongue. If I get first place in the grade, won't I win glory for the class? Brother you. The sports committee member was pitiful. Of course, Song Yu was stubborn but soft-hearted. He couldn't stand the stare of a strong man like the sports committee member. He signed up blindly and signed up for the long-distance run. He had always kept his promises in his heart and worked hard to fulfill them. After signing up, he didn't idle around. After school, he would run a few laps on the field. It was boring to run alone. Of course, he would drag Xiesui along. After a long time, there would be a group of girls watching and laughing at the sports stadium every time school ended. They would also take photos while they were at it. The boys felt that this was a good opportunity to show off in front of the girls and get rid of their single status. Therefore, more and more people came to play basketball. For a week, the field was very lively. The sun set behind the teaching building, and the evening glow dyed the sky red. A group of teenagers were playing football on the field. They were full of youthful energy and were full of vitality. On the outer track, after running 10 laps, Song Yu felt a little tired and began to walk. The young man's black hair was slightly wet with sweat, and his fair face was a little red after the exercise. Song Yu calmed down and began to complain to Xiesui about the recent events. Why is there so much trouble when it comes to exams? Shi Bowen had joined the debate club and was frantically trying to get me to join. It seemed to be a tradition every year. This month, he would be competing with the students from Chengnan Second High School. Shi Bowen said that since I was so good at fighting, I must be a seeded player. I think he's courting death. Xiesui walked with him and asked with a smile, "You didn't agree?" Song Yu, "Of course we can't agree. Do you know what their topic is this time? Is the inner spirit more important, or is the outer wealth more important?" Jing City No. 1 Middle School chose wealth as the most important thing. This topic was simply aimed at me. After all, I regard money as dung. At such a young age, I have a fortune of hundreds of millions before leaving school, And I didn't even rely on my parents. Xiesui held back her laughter. Did you rely on your own dreams? Songyu was stunned for a moment and then laughed. The corners of his lips sank into two shallow dimples. Why are you so smart? It's almost the same. I made it up myself. Songyu continued to talk about the debate competition. The topic of this year's debate competition is really boring. It's far less challenging than last year's. Do you know what last year's topic was? Xiesui pretended to be very interested. Last year's topic was about the dormitory auntie and the cafeteria auntie. Which one is more suitable to be a wife? After saying that, he couldn't help laughing first. Songyu praised, I think this is really an immortal question. One is in charge of food, and the other is in charge of housing. Both of them are so virtuous. Why is it so difficult to choose? He tilted his head, and his light brown pupils contained a smile, brighter than the warm dusk. Xiesui, what about you? If it were you, who would you choose? Xiesui walked slowly with a very faint smile on her lips. She said in a lazy tone, then I might as well choose you. Ha 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 ha. Songyu felt that this question was really amazing. In fact, he would laugh no matter what Xiesui said. After laughing enough, Songyu suddenly asked, Do you want to know my answer? Xiesui chuckled. I'd like to hear the details. Songyu leaned close to Xiesui's ear. Only children do multiple-choice questions. Of course, adults do. He was deliberately mystifying and trying to hold back his laughter. His breath hit Xiesui's ear. I don't want any of them. Xiesui stopped walking. In fact, he didn't hear what Songyu was saying at all. He only felt that he was leaning over, and that faint smell was almost deep into his soul. It was sweet and refreshing, like a wild vine that was burning and taking root in his heart. Songyu leaned closer and was a little proud. Isn't my answer very cool? The pronunciation of the word, was a little similar. His lips brushed past his ear. It was unbelievably soft. Xiesui looked at him. The ice in his heart melted and went crazy with the vine. The calmness and self-control of 2 lifetimes collapsed in an instant. He seemed to accept his fate. He smiled and said softly, That's so cool, brother you. Songyu was stunned. He was confused by this name and looked up a little confused. But before he could speak, the silence and ambiguity were broken by a call. Brother you. Ma Xiaoting's shout came from the front. Songyu suddenly woke up and turned his head embarrassedly. He saw a group of people from Class 1 playing basketball on the basketball court nearby. Several teenagers' sweaty jerseys were wet. It was time to rest. They looked at them and waved and whistled. Ma Xiaoting saw them and jumped up excitedly to wave. Songyu's brain quickly heated up. He coughed and tried to regain the mood. That must be very cool. I've rested enough. I'll continue to run. He ran forward. The setting sun elongated the teenager's shadow. After he left, Xiesui stopped in her tracks. After a long time, she laughed softly. Really, they were completely defeated. Ma Xiaoting and the others thought that Songyu was running toward them. The boy holding the ball had his eyes lit up. He was very happy. Brother you, are you here to play basketball too? Come, catch. The basketball drew a perfect arc in the air. Songyu, whose mind was in a mess, didn't notice this and was directly hit in the face. It was so painful that he saw stars. Wow. The group of people who were watching from the stands. Songyu. Fuck. He was completely awake. On the day of the sports meet, the forum opened a special page for Songyu. Come on. Sisters who flatter in the special page every day. The sports meet submission and the copywriting depends on you. 1L. Here. The wife of the old lights. Come out and write the copywriting. 2L. Werwa. Speaking of this, I'm angry. I haven't even seen the school hunk press the school bully against the wall and kiss her. Why is there no copywriting? 3L. You should be glad that it's just the copywriting that's gone, not the person. 4L. When is my husband's game? I have 1,000 words to confess to him. Whoa, this is the only chance a year. 5L. Brother you is awesome. Brother you, go. After class, they went to the track as usual. Ma Xiaoting scrolled through the pages of her phone and read to Songyu the comments in the building. There were all kinds of comments that were secretly made. Your sweat spilled on the track and watered my thoughts. Your eyes looked at the finish line and pierced my soul. There are too many beautiful words that I can't say to you on a normal day. I can only hide them behind the shouting and whispering. You are the galaxy. You are my dream. You are everything I can imagine. Ma's shouting shook off the goosebumps on her body and continued to read. Today, you are shining brightly. Come on, classmate Songyu from grade 1 class 1. Cross the finish line and come to my heart. Songyu almost choked on her coke. Bowen shook his head and sighed. She actually dared to write such a copywriting. Ma shouting sighed. Young people nowadays. TSK, TSK, TSK. What do you mean by come to her heart? Dream on. Songyu threw the bottle of Coke into the trash can and laughed carelessly. Let's not. Wouldn't that be trampling on her heart? Ma shouting suddenly understood. That's right. Cross the finish line and step on the heart. Ha ha ha. Bowen didn't want to complain anymore. That's the literary style. What do you know? Ma shouting, and Bowen quickly went to play basketball. Xiesui continued to run with him. Songyu said, I think I'm in the bag. Help me remember the time. Start from this place and see how long it will take me to finish the 1,500 meters. Xiesui stood straight and took out her cell phone with a smile. Okay, Songyu. Then you can start. Songyu half squatted, but just as he was about to start, he glanced around and suddenly froze. A yellow creature suddenly ran wildly from the other side of the lawn. Woof, 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 woof. It was a golden retriever. It seemed to have finally broken free from its owner's control and was running around happily. Its tongue was out and its eyes were shining. From the other end of the field, it crossed the grass and ran towards Songyu. Songyu. His eyes widened and he took a deep breath. His expression was about to crack. In addition to a slight fear of heights, his second weakness was that he was afraid of dogs. Golden shining. The girl panted and held the dog leash in her hand. She shouted angrily and ran over from behind. But the golden retriever named Golden Shining had already let go of itself. It barked and suddenly pounced towards Songyu with its two legs in the air. Fuck. Songyu was so scared that his face turned pale. He jumped back and quickly hid behind Xiesui. His fingers clutched his arm tightly. He stuck his head out, gritted his teeth, and roared, Don't come over. Come over and I'll stew you. Golden Retriever. Woof. Songyu. Why don't you try being louder? Golden Retriever was very obedient. Woof, 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 woof. Songyu. Xiesui was amused by him. She wanted to turn around and say something. The moment she turned her head, her thoughts were suddenly cut off. As if she had been electrocuted, her soul was stunned. Everything was pulled apart and elongated. The teenager holding his arm tightly. The dog running towards them. In his memory, there was the same threat that appeared fierce but was cowardly at heart. But that voice was clearer and more tender. Time stopped in an instant. Xiesui's pupils dilated slightly. He stood in place. It was as if something sealed had broken through the darkness and shackles and given him a hint for the first time. Chapter 65. The owner of the dog was a little girl with two ponytails. She ran over quickly, held down the golden retriever, and put the leash around its neck. She scolded angrily, Why are you so disobedient? I can't even stop you. You have no dinner tonight. Oh, woo. The golden retriever howled twice, but its wet eyes stared at Songyu without blinking. The little girl stood up with the golden retriever in her arms. Her face was full of apology. I'm sorry. I let it run away. I'll be more careful next time. I'm really sorry. I scared you. Of course, Songyu was too ashamed to admit that he was scared by a dog. It was too embarrassing. He kept quiet and pushed Xiesui. Hurry up and help him out. Xiesui came back to his senses, and his mind instantly shrank. His grotesque memory returned to blank, hiding the coldness and deep thoughts in his heart. He glanced at Songyu, adjusted his mind, and said casually to the little girl, It's okay. Anyway, the people who were scared are. His throat moved, but he didn't say the words, It wasn't me. Songyu pinched his arm hard. Through the thin school uniform, she twisted it with all her might. Her hands were very heavy. Sui smiled and calmly changed his words. Oh, no one was scared. Hurry up and take it away. I remember that the school doesn't allow pets to be brought into the playground. The little girl looked at Songyu, who was hiding behind her, in confusion. Then this little brother. Sui smiled and said, Don't get me wrong. He's not afraid of dogs. He just likes to stay behind me. Songyu. The little girl walked away with the golden retriever in her arms. Songyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that he had lost face in front of Sui and scratched his head gloomily. Sui tilted her head and asked, Are you afraid of dogs? Songyu had already thought it through. There was nothing to be embarrassed about being afraid of dogs. Real men never face their own weaknesses. He nodded and rolled his eyes as if he was trying to recall something, but he couldn't remember anything. Relying on his vague impression, he said, Yes, it was a trauma from when I was young. I saw a mad dog biting someone, so I've always remembered it. Sui's dark eyes were thoughtful. She heard Songyu mention the childhood again. Last night, Songyu had chatted with him. When they talked about the past, it was also vague. Walk with me, Sui suddenly said. Songyu was stunned. He didn't know why he suddenly made such a request. I haven't run yet. Sui. Then I'll wait for you to finish. Forget it, it's just like that anyway. I'll spend the rest of my time chatting with you. Usually, when Sui said walk with me, it meant that she had something to say. It was rare for Sui to make such a request. Compared to the sports day, of course good brothers were more important. Sui nodded. Okay. There weren't many people left on the sports field. The sunset was dim, and the sun sank into the horizon. Sui looked ahead and was silent for a while. Suddenly, she said, Songyu in your eyes. What kind of person have I always been? Songyu was confused. He was ready to listen to Sui talk about his teenage boy worries. But in the end, she threw a question at him. He opened his eyes slightly, and his light brown eyes were full of confusion. In what aspect? Cold and abstinent? Cold and aloof? A genius with a high IQ? That's too exaggerated. Sui smiled. In all aspects, what you think, what you imagine. He was serious about this question. Songyu also stopped fooling around. Looking into Sui's eyes, he couldn't control his thoughts. Why did Sui ask him this question? Generally, asking others about their own opinions was a sign of lack of confidence. Sui was shocked? Who could give him a shock? Songyu frowned and hesitated for a while. Then he began to organize his words seriously. What I think? You have a very good personality, gentle and considerate, very patient, and very kind. Sui chuckled and commented, Is this me in your dream? Songyu. She was praising him. Sui didn't know why Songyu's impression of him was always kind. He didn't think that he was ruthless and unscrupulous like the rumors in a city in his previous life. But the word kind had nothing to do with him. Songyu didn't want to give up. He decided to use an example to persuade him. But when I first met you, you were always saving people. Didn't you save a woman the first time in Linshui? Did you drink for her? The second time you got into trouble with those gangsters, didn't you save Xiaoxi? Sui was slightly stunned and felt a little funny. Saving Xiaoxi happened before his rebirth. As for Linshui, he had other motives. What if I'm not like what you think? Sui asked him in a casual tone, as if he was joking. Songyu reacted quickly. Then you're not. He liked Sui, who was a real person, not a fake illusion in his imagination. Sui was stunned for a few seconds. Then he chuckled a few times. When he met Songyu's confused gaze, he restrained himself. His peach blossom eyes curved. The shape of his eyes was cold and indifferent, but his gaze was deep and gentle. Sui said, Maybe my self-introduction last time could have been more complete. Songyu looked at him. Sui said slowly, Not cold, not restrained, not a genius, not kind. Maybe it's quite bad. Songyu was stunned for a moment. Then he was amused by him. You, how can you say that you're bad? Sui asked back. Who said that I said it? Songyu. Huh? Sui looked deeply into his eyes and said with a smile, A child said it. Songyu was surprised. What did you do to him? Sui. It's a secret. Song-yu began to talk carelessly. Don't tell me you beat him up. I didn't know that you had a hobby of bullying the weak. You're too bad. Student Xie, do you want me to enlighten you? Xie Sui held back his laughter. That won't be necessary. After running back to the apartment, Song-yu took out his textbook and papers again and began to sort out the wrong questions. After all, the sports meet was just a formality. The midterm exam was his home ground. Halfway through writing, his phone rang. It was his father. Song-yu's grades were good, so he was confident. In the past, when he saw President Song's phone, he only felt that the phone was hot. Now, he could calmly answer it. Hello, Dad. President Song said on the other side of the phone, I've asked someone to send the watch you wanted to Jing City. Song-yu's hand that was spinning the pin paused. He was ecstatic. Song-yu, okay, thank you, Dad. You're always so fast, reliable, and efficient. You're really good. At this time, he was not stingy with his flattery. President Song felt refreshed. He was indescribably proud and comfortable, but he still wanted to save face. Do you think I'll be happy after saying so much? You only have these 2 words to praise others. You should read more books. Song-yu was in a very good mood. He did not banter with him and said excitedly, Then I'll give it to someone. President Song, are you really giving it to your classmate? Song-yu, yes, as his birthday present. President Song, who had not received a present from his youngest son, was unhappy. He said with a sour tone, A birthday present worth millions. You're so generous. Song-yu smiled. Well, friendship is priceless. President Song was busy with his schedule and was about to go to a meeting, so they did not talk much. After Song-yu hung up the phone, he was overjoyed. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He looked at a chemistry question about potassium permanganate to produce oxygen for a long time. He did not have any ideas in his mind. His mind was full of Xie Sui's expression when she received the present. She would definitely be flattered and then smile and say, Thank you, brother Yu. TSK. Now, even the small rising arrow of oxygen was extremely cute. Actually, he was not a person who paid attention to details. He wanted to give Xie Sui a watch because the impression in his dream was too deep. The man in a black suit who got out of the car was tall and straight. The elegant and luxurious watch on his hand was shimmering with the raindrops. It was almost as if it had merged with her cold temperament. He felt that Xie Sui would like this birthday present. Of course, Song-yu would not let himself be happy alone. He could not help but put his homework aside and poke Xie Sui. After typing a line of words, he immediately came to his senses and silently deleted it. Wasn't the birthday present a mystery and surprise? It would be boring to say it in advance. However, he had already clicked on the chat page. He did not really want to leave without saying a word. After hesitating for a while, Song-yu decided to liven up the atmosphere first. And when is your birthday? I will give you a very awesome present on your birthday. You can already look forward to it now. It was his style to make people look forward to it before the present was even given. When she received this message, Xie Sui was flipping through the Song family's information. Her eyes fell on the Song family's young master fell into the water on the island when he was 6 years old. Her eyes were as cold as a lake. When she lowered her head and saw Song use 3 lines of words, the coldness in her heart dissipated. She smiled. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Song-yu could not help but grin at the phone. He thought to himself, a few million is worth your anticipation. He did not know if it was because he chatted with Xie Sui before going to bed, or because he was frightened by the dog during the day. He drank the milk and went to bed. He had not done it for several days. The dream of the original owner's memory in the book began to appear again. A pure white light and shadow appeared. It was his mother talking to him. Your Aunt Sue will come over later with her son. He is 1 year older than you. Be a good boy, and remember to call him Big Brother. The child chewed the candy and was very dissatisfied. What? Why should I call him Big Brother when he is 1 year older than me? Just call him Big Brother. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I don't want to. In school, we call whoever is good at fighting brother. You can't call him Big Brother casually. It's a matter of face. Unless you let me fight with him. His mother was so angry that she laughed. I say, isn't your rebellious period coming a little early? He doesn't need to fight with you. I will beat you into submission first. Actually, it's not impossible to call him Big Brother. When he was young, Song-yu looked very delicate. His light brown hair was soft and long. His skin was milky white, and his eyes were clear and transparent like glass beads. However, his expression was arrogant. In the summer at the manor, he wore a white t-shirt and gray loose shorts, revealing his white and straight legs. He hugged his water gun and was reluctantly dragged over by his mother. You, call him Big Brother. Beside Aunt Sue, who was as beautiful as a fairy, was an equally delicate young man. He was only 1 year older than him but was taller than him by a head. Shirt and trousers, black hair. When facing his mother, he was well-educated and polite. However, when he looked at him, he was not polite. In his dark eyes, there was impatience and indifference. It was almost impossible to hide. The first thing he saw was this attitude. Song-yu could still tolerate it. Call him Big Brother. The child's face was cold. Seeing that he did not respond for a long time, his mother lowered her head and glared at him. She whispered, "If you don't call him Big Brother, I will throw away all the toys in your room." Song-yu was speechless. He was so angry that he wanted to shoot the water gun in his hand at the face of the person opposite him. With a ferocious face, he gritted his teeth. Big Brother. When he was young, Xiesui did not encounter those terrible things. His personality was not so quiet. When the two of them met, neither of them was happy. Song-yu called him Big Brother reluctantly. His eyes were deliberately fierce, as if he was threatening him. If he dared to respond, he would die. How could Xiesui be threatened by him? He even felt a little bad. He smiled. Yes, little sister. Song-yu was speechless. He was so angry that he could not speak. Aunt Sue was stunned. She said to Xiesui, "You called him wrong. It's little brother." Xiesui pretended to be enlightened, although his eyes did not mean that at all. He said without sincerity, I'm sorry. I thought he was a girl." Song-yu was speechless. Fuck, this fight was inevitable. Chapter 66. Of course, this fight didn't happen. With his mother beside him, he could only endure it. If he wanted to spray the water gun on the other party's face the first time they met, the rest of their interactions wouldn't be pleasant. Mama Song brought the pale-faced Auntie Sue upstairs. He had no choice but to listen to her and hold his breath while staying with that annoying person. Life was meaningless if he couldn't go back to his room to play games. Song-yu sat on the lawn, bored. He dismantled the water gun and put it back in. The annoying fellow didn't want to talk to him either. He sat on the swing and read. The two of them were at peace and didn't say a word. When it was time for dinner that night, Mama Song asked, "How did you get along with your brother in the afternoon?" Song-yu was annoyed to death when he heard this question. What could he do? They didn't fight because of him. However, he was tied to his mother's side during the summer vacation. At such a young age, he had already learned to say things that women like to hear. He spoke without thinking. Pretty good. We get along very well. I like him very much, and he likes me very much too. We're happy. We're good brothers. Mama Song laughed and joked. I'm not surprised that you like him. After all, your brother Xie has been obedient since he was young. He's gentle and polite. But why does he like you? Does he like your bad temper and troublesome behavior? Song-yu? Question mark. Was this what a mother would say? Endure it. Feel wronged, but don't say it. That's how strong you are. Song-yu picked up his chopsticks and poked at the rice. Who knows? Maybe there's no place for charm. This was a new word he learned from TV. Mama Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Later, Aunt Sue came again. She was even worse than last time. Although she still looked good, the tiredness and dispiritedness couldn't be concealed. As for the young man beside her, he was even more silent than before. The manor was in the suburbs. A few steps away from the door was an orchard. Song-yu was eager to go outside to play. His anger came and went quickly. His eyes lit up and he wanted to find a companion. So he asked Xiesui excitedly, "Are you interested in doing something big with me?" Xiesui looked down. "Do you think I'm interested?" Song-yu, yes, yes, yes. At first glance, I feel that our hearts are linked. Xiesui, at that time, His mood was indeed very impetuous, and Songyu passed by. Songyu was in high spirits all the way. Sneaking into the orchard to pick fruits, such a dangerous and exciting action, was his dream during that summer vacation. When they finally reached the top of the hill, they found an iron gate blocking the way. The iron gate wasn't tall. It was old and rusty and covered in vines. "Brother, you lead the charge." He smiled, rubbed his palms together, and climbed up with great difficulty. However, before he could sit down, he suddenly heard a few hurried and angry barks. Woof, woof, woof. It scared him. The scream in her mouth tore through her throat. A large dog was chained to the other side of the iron gate. It was originally sleeping but was woken up by his movements. When the big dog discovered the uninvited guest, it bared its teeth and barked loudly. Woof, 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 woof. She frantically banged her head against the door, trying to get him down. The iron gate was shaking. Songyu didn't want to lead the charge anymore. He was scared out of his wits and his legs turned to jelly. He pressed his fingers on the iron gate and turned his head. His small face was pale as he said directly to Xie Sui, "Quick, quick, quick, come and catch me." At that time, they were still at the stage where they were tired of each other. Xie Sui raised her eyebrows expressionlessly. "Why should I?" Songyu spoke quickly. "We've already called each other brothers. What's wrong with catching me? We're so close." At this time, they were already calling each other brothers. Xie Sui found it funny when he talked about brothers. She said slowly, "Oh, I heard that I like you very much." Songyu. What's wrong with his mother? Why did she say everything to outsiders? Songyu stiffened for a second and tried to maintain his expression. This can also be considered a reason. Xie Sui sneered. "Why didn't I know?" Songyu. "Huh? Didn't they say that the onlooker can't see clearly?" They watched it on the television. Xie Sui and he looked at each other for a long time. They didn't give in to each other. Songyu was discouraged and changed his words. "Actually, I guessed it." Xie Sui. She had probably never seen such a thick-skinned person. She sighed and opened her arms. "You can jump." Songyu's face lit up and he jumped down. The iron gate was actually not high. He just wanted to find someone to hold him. There was nothing to be afraid of. After landing, the dog was still barking. Songyu was furious. Taking advantage of the fact that the dog was chained, he grabbed Xie Sui's arm and shouted fiercely, "Stop barking. You won't be able to get out even if you scream yourself hoarse. If you bark again, I'll bring an iron pot to stew you tomorrow night." The big dog was furious. Woof. Clang, clang, clang. The old rusty iron gate made a hair-raising sound. Songyu was scared. He quickly dragged Xie Sui down the slope and ran quickly. He didn't stop for even a second. They stayed at the Song family's house for the night. Mama Song asked, "Did Songyu annoy you? He just can't stay still." Xie Sui looked at the boy next to her who was quietly listening. She thought for a moment and said, "No, he's good. He's quite cute." Songyu was stunned. His ears were red. He felt a strange joy of being praised by a friend. Even his prejudice against Xie Sui was reduced. He smiled and showed his neat white teeth. At night, the two of them slept on the same bed and chatted. It was raining outside and the summer night was long. Songyu said, "Apart from your bad eyesight, you're quite a good person. You're loyal and kind." Xie Sui was very tired. Her eyelids were fighting. Yes. Songyu felt a little embarrassed about what happened during the day, but he still wanted to prove himself. "Actually, I'm not afraid of dogs. I just panicked when I was sitting on top. I'm not afraid at all. My uncle has a Tibetan Mastiff at home. I've been to his house and I'm not afraid." Although his uncle kept the dog locked up the whole time, he had never seen the Tibetan Mastiff. Xie Sui couldn't be bothered to expose him. Yes. Songyu was urged to drink milk every day. There was a milky fragrance all over his body. However, during the day, he was arrogant and annoying. There was no softness or sweetness in him at all. At night, it was pitch black. There was no need to look at Songyu's teeth-gritting expression. There was a slightly sweet smell. Xie Sui vaguely felt that the person next to her should be a little girl. Songyu was a little anxious. "Don't tell me you're looking down on me." Xie Sui put her hand to her eyes. She felt that he was very noisy and said, "No, Songyu. Then what did you think of me during the day? During the day? Xiesui was about to go to sleep. Before going to sleep, she decided to annoy him. She said slowly, "You're quite fierce, little girl." Songyu. He took back what he said just now. Especially good, my foot. He held his breath and wanted to say something. However, the faint moonlight shone through the window and shone on the face of the person opposite him. He saw his sleeping appearance clearly, so he swallowed his words back. His skin was cold and white, and his eyelashes cast shadows. His eyes were light bluish-gray. He looked very tired and hadn't slept well. Aunt Sue was not in good health and spirits. He must be very tired too. The considerate child turned over, covered himself with the quilt, and closed his eyes to sleep. His childhood memories were clear and vivid. On summer nights, cicadas chirped, drizzled, and the fragrance of plants, flowers, and fruits wafted in the night. It was a gentle and pure summer. When Songyu was eating breakfast, he was absent-minded. He was in a daze after taking a bite. Aunt Bai thought that the food was not to his taste, so she steamed a few more eggs for him. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.